Hello. And to whom this may concern. Sorry, I just needed this. Also, I'm a little late. Sorry for dragging this out. Oh, yeah, okay. That hit a few spots. Hi, Minx. What the hell? That is an early Minx. 10 minutes ago. Okay, fine. This is the earliest Biscoff ever. What's this pre-stream Biscoff? I feel like it's going to spoil me. I'm ready. Whoa. There's a very cookie-filled chunk. I'm already way ahead of you on the hydrate. Cheers. There's something a lot better about chasing Biscoff with a hot drink. Also posture. Okay. So, this is the first stream back from having to go through the ordeal of October. That was probably 2-ish, maybe 2+ something weeks of nothing but horror. If you count Kill It With Fire as horror as well, which I do. Because holy shit, them spiders. My poor little heart. So we gotta keep it chill. It's gonna be a shorter stream. It's gonna be a chiller stream. We're gonna relax. Nothing serious. No bleeding. No murder. No violence. No embodying a scared pregnant woman as she flees from the elder gods that try to rip the unborn child from your womb. I think we had enough of that for 2-3 weeks. Boring then? You have no idea, Minx, because suddenly Townscaper is up in this. I don't really know what the hell Townscaper is. I just heard it was chill. And it's some kind of relaxing, no goals, no point, make a place game. Put buildings and things, I don't know. I don't even know if there's mechanics, but it has pretty primary colored buildings and little birds. And I think, I can't really make it out, but I think those are giant bird shits. Those are very large bird shits. In fact, those bird shits are the same size as the birds that nest them. So that is, actually that bird shit is bigger than the bird on the right. So I don't know how that came out of that bird's arsehole. That's concerning. Unless that used to be a bird and it got so full of shit that it exploded from the inside out. It was a bird shit implosion. I don't know. I'm reading too far into the Townscaper lore. But yeah, I thought I'd try this. It's not even... I don't think it's even like a strategy game. I don't think there's any actual... I mean, there's achievements, so there's something to it to actually go for. But I'll have a look at them in a while. Once I see what's up. Excuse me. Oh no, I'm covering the name with my face, my ugly face. Look it, Townscaper. Instant town building toy. That's the entire description. The entire summary on the main store page is 4 words, no punctuation, not even a full stop. That's hilarious.
Build a quaint town, and with curvy streets, build small hamlets, soaring cathedrals, canal networks. Sky cities on stilts, block by block. No goals, no gameplay.
No real gameplay.
Just plenty of building and plenty of beauty.
That's it. So there's women. Do gorgeous women patrol the streets of my hamlet? Is that what I have to call it? A hamlet? I think anytime a town is quaint and adorable, it's a hamlet. It's an experimental passion project, more of a toy than a game. They never asked me to be in this game. Hey-o! Where, wouldn't it be like horrifying though if I started the game and you were in the game somehow? It has your name. It's your exact look scanned in. That'd be creepy as. You'd be like, wait, what? How? And it turns and looks at me. Hello, Sean. It is I, Minx277. No, this is not the UK. This is Townscaper. Have some Biscoff. She's holding the Biscoff jar towards the screen in 3D. Like one of those old, like, 90s 3D effects at the cinema. Eat the Biscoff, Sean. I don't know why I give you a witch's voice. Alright. Do you think this has reviews? Does this game even need reviews? Well, it's got good reviews. 5 stars. Good. Yes. Thanks, Beefire. Calm way to cure boredom. Love it. Play to cure boredom while designing interesting buildings and layouts. Very peaceful and calming. Great to play when you're getting mad at shooter games. Well, I'm not mad at anything. I'm just like... Just spent 2.5 weeks doing nothing but horror. Chill and relaxing time. Just needs 2 buttons to play. Super chill and beautiful game. It says Miss Demonia. She sounds like she'd be playing adult hentai games on Steam. Demonia. Zaggy says, good game, gonna relax. Not enough variation. Great graphics. Plays down difficult. This guy got bored in 10 minutes. Uh-oh. Some people love the aesthetics enough to give it 5. Other people are like, this ain't a game. There's only 2 kinds of people. Not a game. Contentless. There you go. 1 star. I prefer task-oriented games. I mean, technically so do I, because tasks are goals. They're objectives. They give you purpose to be playing said game. You know what? Let's see what Steam says, because they're usually funnier. I've been enjoying going to the Steam reviews more lately. Yeah, see? First review. Brain clicks house. Brain release dopamine. Brain accelerates time. Brain angry time gone. Good review. So fun, cutesy, and relaxing. I use it for concepting in D&D. That's clever. I play this game a normal and healthy amount, says the guy that has 297.6 hours on record. Jesus Christ. That is alarming. Whack a podcast on, make the wildest cast you can imagine. Unfortunately, I can't put a podcast on when I'm on a stream. Unless you want to do a written podcast for me, Minx. Just keep talking in the chat. What do people in podcasts normally talk about? Just waffle on about the patriarchy, I don't know. Do your own Joe Rogan podcast. How can you give it less stars because the game says what is what it says it is? Well, that depends on your outlook on reviewing and criticism. A lot of people approach things like this differently. For example, some of those reviews are clearly people that are appreciating the game's point and aesthetics for what it is aiming to be. Very good way to approach a review because you're taking into consideration the intent of the art, and that's a good way to look at things like movies and stuff as well. Other people are approaching it from the point of view of what is my personal biased review based on my tastes and the impact this had directly on me. So if someone gave it 1 out of 5 stars and said they found it boring, they're not wrong. It's just they're reviewing it solely from the point of view of this is my experience and my experience alone with the game, which is also valid. I prefer the former example, personally, as someone who's been involved in, like, I used to do movie reviews for a newspaper a while back. And the reviews I like to read are ones that take a more constructive criticism stance on, like, how you do the job, but also considering the content. I liked Roger Ebert a lot because Roger Ebert's reviews felt more like personalized essays. They're very creatively written, not the usual standard like this is what I thought about the music, this is what I thought about the mise en scene, whatever. Roger Ebert would often rate things higher than other critics simply because he would consider it from the point of view of the intent of the piece. So, a kids' movie that is completely devoid of substance and is just kind of boring for an adult, he might actually give that a pretty decent review because he talks about it from the point of view of how do I think this would function as a piece of content for children, either from a distracting them, entertaining them point of view, or an educating them point of view, or both. So if you gave it a 4 out of 5 stars, it might be because it is clearly going to be very entertaining for kids under the age of 5, but it also has an educational value. So from both sides of it, he's like, this is worth 4 stars, which is his highest. He had 4 was his highest rating because it was based on thumbs up, 1 up, 1 2 up, 1 down, 2 down. It's a 4-star system. For another example is he gave a pretty good review to a movie called Shoot 'Em Up with Clive Owen, which a lot of other people gave fairly trashy mid to even lower reviews. But it's such an over-the-top, knows exactly what it is, just being silly action movie with some of the most ridiculous, unrealistic shit in it, that he was like, they know what they're doing. They're doing it on purpose, and they're having fun with it. On that basis alone, they're succeeding at what the film is aiming to be, and he gave it a decent review. Like, I love that approach. Have you ever switched off a game because you're bored of it? No. If I start it, that means I've committed, and that means I'm going to see it through. Unless something happens to throw me off. Once, a long time ago, I was trying to play Morrowind on my original OG Xbox, which was not a good idea, because even though I had a decent enough computer to run Morrowind on a PC, not at highest, but decent enough, I thought just for convenience sake I'd play it on the console, and it's hard to play on a console. The loading screens are long, the frame rate was shitty, the textures are awful. We weren't at that era yet where consoles were equaling computers. The PS2 and the Xbox OG era were the last era of console before they started to actually catch up. So it was a bit of a slog, but I was keeping up with it, and I got tens of hours into it, maybe 40 plus, at least 40 plus, going on 50. And I was at least halfway through the game, including like trying to see all the side content, which is a lot for it's an Elder Scrolls game. But that was around the time my OG Xbox shat itself. And I wasn't game hopping too much, so the only save files I lost was Morrowind. I didn't lose anything but my progress on that game. Everything else I was playing, I recently completed. So once I sorted the Xbox problem out and thought, well, if I have to start it again, I just do it on PC instead. I never actually got around to doing that because it was one of those things where at the time I was like, I can't start Morrowind again from the beginning because I've put so much into this that the thought of starting from the beginning now makes me pale. Like, I just couldn't. So I'm like, well, someday in the future, I'll start it again once it's more fresh and more out of my brain, and the tragedy is not so recent. And then I'll do it on PC, and it'll be probably smoother. And that never happened. I never got to that point. The problem is there's always more games. There's always a newer game to play that I'd never experienced, which is always more of a draw than starting a game again that I'd already seen 40 to 50 hours of. And I always regret that. I know why it never happened, and I understand that, and I'm okay with that, but the OCD completionist side of me hates the fact that I've never seen the end of Morrowind. I never actually got to complete it. It's just sometimes losing that much. It's like if you wrote a 50-page essay for university, tens of thousands of words worth of essay that took you blood, sweat, and tears, and racking your brain and being at your smartest and not most switched on to complete. And then someone just tore it to pieces and start this again. You want to kill yourself. That's how I felt when that first happened. It eventually wore off, but I just never got around to starting it again. And I think that's part of the reason why I've got a weird stigma with Elder Scrolls games. I always wanted to get into Oblivion, and I always bought copies of Skyrim, assuming I would get around to playing it someday. And now Starfield is out, which is yet another Elder Scrolls-ish game from Bethesda. It's almost like since that burn with Morrowind, I've been scared to start another Elder Scrolls, and because of that, I've missed out on Oblivion and Skyrim. That's why you stop playing TLD. Tamara Licks Dicks. I think I've played that one. Is that a hentai game on Steam? Oh, that's the Long Dark, isn't it? Okay, I said it right as your text appeared. I was racking my brain for what games you would play that, and I remember it's the first game that I ever met you on. I should have thought of that quicker. My bad. Um, did that last chapter come out? The one that wasn't out when I first played it? It's still, oh my god, it's still not out. Okay. This is what I hate about early access type. What early access has done to the game development industry. It frustrates me that there are games like I like The Long Dark. I think it's a cool game, but I find it frustrating that there are games now that are coming out in pieces over like what seemingly 8 years, 10 years, and it's like I'm the kind of person that wants to sit down for a week and just live inside a game until everything is experienced, and then move on to something totally new and never look back. And that form of developing games is not conducive to that. Like I pretty much inhaled everything the Long Dark had to offer in that time I was streaming it, with the exception of what they haven't released yet. And I do want to. I would like to be able to go back one day and see what that last chapter is. It's been almost 10 years since it. Yeah, so that frustrates me. I don't want games to be doing that. Like, okay, whatever their game development reality is, they got to do what they got to do. They're probably a small indie team. You know, they're basically punching above their weight in terms of the size of the game they're making. So whatever works, but I don't want that to be the norm because it just doesn't gel with how I want to experience this stuff. Why did I come to what? Wait, no, we're going here. When I played Long Dark, that was around about the time it was leaving Game Pass. But what I found out later was that it actually only left the console version and was on PC for longer. But I think it might have left PC now as well. Yeah, it did. It was on PC for like another 6 years, 6 months to 1 year ish. So I kind of wish they could have got their final chapter out in that time. Because I can't really afford to buy a game for $52 to see its final chapter. You played 12 years plus each. Yeah, it was. I mean, you do what you do what you got to do. If it's a game that I know has got a substantial amount of length to it, like it's a commitment, then I already know that the stream times are going to balloon to fit it into as short a time as possible. I don't want to take a long RPG or a big game like Long Dark and then stream it for 3 to 4 hours a day and end up playing the game for like 3 to 4 months. That's a bit much. Other things are going to happen. Catch a fish weighing over 5 kilograms. Did I do that? I did. Unlocked. Yay. Sleep in a bearskin bedroll while wearing a wolfskin coat, deerskin boots, and rabbitskin mittens. Well, I didn't get that one. It's a bit of a setup for that one. Starfield's 100 Vows. Yeah, see, I'd love to play Starfield as well, and I can on Game Pass, but it's one of those things that if I was going to do that, I'd be doing long streams and I had to find a place to fit it in where I'm not going to take out the time of other games I want to check out. This is a pretty chill week, though. Like, I had a day off yesterday. We're going to do something pretty chill now for however long this lasts, which is probably not going to be long. And then tomorrow, I'm going to jump on Headbangers, which is going to be really fun. I can't wait for that. I would have done them in reverse order, but I thought, let's do the really, really chill one first. while I'm still chillaxing from October ending. And then we'll hit Headbangers tomorrow for Friday night, and we'll go hard. I'm hoping that I'm going to be a beast at it, like right off the bat. Because generally speaking, I'm kind of a badass. I'm kind of a bad bitch when it comes to rhythm games. I have a lot of experience. So if you're telling me we're gonna battle royale a rhythm game against other humans, I feel like I should be able to leaderboard that shit. Like for real. Hey Tenor. Yeah, Headbangers is tomorrow. Headbangers is always tomorrow. Friday was gonna be the day I came back, but instead of taking 2 days off, I thought I'd only took yesterday off, and I thought today I'd just do a short stream, just a relaxing short stream of having a look at this while it's still available. It's gonna be very casual. I'm just warning you now. But yeah, if I can't put my money where my mouth is with Headbangers, then I'm gonna be very sad. Because if there's one thing I should be able to excel at in terms of gaming, it's not going to be an online esports shooter like Overwatch or Valorant or something. It's going to be Guitar Hero. It's going to be something musical. That's my bag. Anyway. Where are we at here? Where's my headphones? Never heard about Headbangers? Oh, it was shown off at a very recent Gamescom or Summer Game Fest. I'm gonna say as a day one Game Pass release. It's a rhythm party game that's basically the first rhythm game that's a battle royale. So basically every single music mini game that you play is against 29 other people. So 30 of you are playing the music game at the same time, and it's dropout rules. So as people fuck it up, they drop out battle royale style until there's a few people left, and then the points get distributed, and then you go on to the next rung of the tournament. And it's all wrapped up in a goofy cartoon pigeon aesthetic. The Headbangers are a bunch of penis-looking birds. That one looks like Cleopatra. I don't know why the pigeon thing. Maybe they looked at pigeons one day and the way they bobbed their head, and they thought, hey, pigeons look like they're headbanging to music. Let's make a whole game about that. Bad ace. Yeah, so that's tomorrow. And if I don't win, I'm going to be very angry. In the meantime, Townscapers. I'm curious as to how long I'm going to last on a game that has literally no point or gameplay mechanics. This is just a sandbox. So I'm guessing dick around until you have no other remnants of imagination left on how to dick around, and then you stop.
Press any button to continue.
I just clicked. I'm clicking. I'm clicking, and it's ignoring me. Unfortunately, I've been defeated by Townscaper. It's the most casual game in existence, and I could not get past the main menu screen. I'm not a true gamer. I'm a casual. Spacebar? Oh, fuck, wait. Something worked. Hello. I see a bunch of pidge. Hello, pidge. There's a pidge. This is already worth it. Those are some good pidge. Look at the fat one in the middle. That's a chunky boy. That's a thick boy. I'm gonna guess that we're not gonna receive any context about why there is a single house in the middle of the ocean. It's just here. How do I rotate the camera? ¿Qué pasa? Oh, fuck. Alright, that was me. I was clicking buttons to see if I can rotate the camera, and I pooped out a little bit of concrete. I pooped out more concrete. There's now a bridge for no reason. It does nothing. Can we... Really? Oh. Hello. Settings. Lock 30 frames per second. I don't think it'll tax my PC, thanks. Touch controls. Keyboard, mouse. WASD, EQ, up and down, undo, redo, color select, zoom. Click and add. Left drag to rotate, right drag to move. I tried that though, and all it did was... Oh, fuck you. Alright. So when I pooped out the bridge, that was actually the button to rotate the camera. Well, that's... Look at the little hole in my bridge. Why am I impressed by that? This is actually really ominous, I have to admit. This actually kind of gives me the creeps a bit. Like, the mist. Like, there is nothing on that horizon. We are just lost at sea. With a nice house and a couple of pigs. And there, we had a bridge, but it sunk. Like Pompeii, it is gone. Well, that's nice. So, whoever lives here, how are you? How is existence? When you step out the house, do you fucking drown? Honey, I'm gonna go get the groceries. Oh, I'm dead. So can I just add to this rant? Like, okay. Okay. There's no controls for, like, putting down buildings. All I seem to be able to do is make floor and colors. Like, what? Why? Oh, okay. I got it. There is one control in this game. Place matter and delete matter. Like I'm some kind of Dr. Manhattan god. When you place matter, watch this. It places the lowest form of matter, ground level, a floor. If you place more matter on top, it's a building. If you place more matter on top, it's a 2-story building. If you place more matter on top, it's a 3-story... Oh, it's an achievement. Build a house with a spire on top. Fuck, I'm a gamer. Now it's a tower with a little outcropping, a little bedroom that sticks out for Rapunzel. Wait, she needs to be higher. There's Rapunzel's little loft. She can let down her golden hair if she wants. It's going to get soaked in salt water. Good luck, bitch. That's actually cool. Look at that. This is type of game. I don't think this really counts as a game, Tenna. Now, what am I doing here? This is absurd. What if I... Oh. I can make some absolute Dr. Seuss shit. Look at that. What if I build up from the ground? Cool. 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 Not cool. Why is there suddenly now a door here? Just plummeting into nowhere? And there? This game just decides for itself what to build. You just, like, fill in space, and then stuff happens procedurally. You would drop it in 15 minutes. One of the guys in the reviews said he dropped it in 10 minutes. He got bored. See, this needs a little path to this house. There you go. Now it's a village. Little apartment building. There's no way to get to... Wait. It's so weird. There we go. That makes more sense, kinda. It's still really fucking strange. What do the color buttons mean? I think if I have it set to green, the next house I build... This is getting really warped, hang on. There, now it's green. That is going to be my pier. There you go. There's a pier. You can drive your little boat underneath there. Well, that's the start of a lovely little hamlet. Since I made it, I'm the mayor. No one else gets claim of this. I am Mayor Seankichu of Void Hamlet, since we live in a void. I hope that there's something out there to trade with, or we're not going to be able to get goods and services. I hope you all like fish. It's all you're going to be able to find in this place. What if I make... Like, what if I do this? Boom, boom, boom. No, not that. Not that. Boom. And then you go... Nope. Boom, boom, boom. No. Boom. And then I make an archway across this little... Oh, sweet. I am an architect. I don't know why I'm making it lime green. Makes you have a feeling we were bamboozled. But did I already sell you timeshares to my... I was about to say oceanside villa, but it's not side if it's actually just in the ocean. My hamlet in the void. You now both own timeshares here. Good luck. Good luck finding the place. And actually making use of all your hard-earned cash. Yeah. Cool. I guess. Neat. Neat. There is seriously a Toho game that's the same genre as this? Just casual town building with no purpose? Oh, you would have missed it, Tenor, but we were in the Steam store earlier just looking at what people thought of this game, and there was a guy with 297 hours in this game. 297 hours. I don't think I've ever spent that long in an RPG. I don't know why I just did that. This little purple outcropping I just got. Nice. What? That completely changed everything. Look at this. Wait. It's like a purple stick-out house, but if you put one here, it turns the whole thing into a balcony. This game is so random. Well, there's someone's little shack. There's a purple shack in the middle of the ocean. Groovy. Interesting. It just occurred to me. Okay. Think about this. For me to be able to land develop out here, how rich does a person have to be able to afford to buy square meters of, not land, but a chunk of square meters of Pacific Ocean for construction purposes, just out in the middle of nowhere? Like, and to be honest, if we're out in the Pacific Ocean as well, the absolute infrastructure it would take to build the pylons necessary to be holding up these structures from underwater, you know how deep that is? That would be going down for kilometers, probably, depending on what part of the Pacific Ocean we're in. You'd have to be Taylor Swift or Elon Musk to... Actually, no, scratch that last one. Not after he bought Twitter. Give it 2 years, Elon Musk won't be able to afford one of his own Teslas. I digress. It's absolutely an absurd undertaking. Minx, do you like my Tim Burton-esque Hamlet? I've already allowed you and Tenor to buy timeshares. I don't know how you're going to get out here into the middle of the Pacific Void. It was a very questionable investment decision to build real estate out here, but you know, it is what it is. It's not dark enough? Yeah, it is a bit multicolored. I'm like the Fisher-Price or Nerf version of Tim Burton. But I did get one achievement for building a tower. That was cute. It's not quite a large enough tower for Rapunzel. I'll have to actually fix that. Hold on. Build a town that spells out send nudes? I could do that. Let me just build my Rapunzel tower real quick. I think she would live in a pink tower, but I don't have pink. Yellow. She would love yellow. Okay. Bloop, 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 bloop. Why is it like this? You joking? Okay, her tower's gonna be out here. We're going straight up. Placed 100 blocks. Thanks, achievements. I've been really taxing myself. Elon couldn't hope to ever be able to afford to build out this far in the ocean. Man's not a visionary like me. How high can this fucker get? Oh shit! No, don't do that. Wow. If that one tower of steel to hold that little piece up, holy shit, that would cost a lot. That infrastructure, yo. No, stop it. Fuck. I really enjoy that sound effect. There's something oddly satisfying about that bubble sound effect when I place building pieces. Buy gust of wind? Hey, Swick TV. Wait, is that a mechanic? Can I buy wind? Just checking. I thought maybe like SimCity you could make disasters happen. Like that effect. Oh, I didn't even notice the shadow. Good call. Holy fuck. So there's realistic lighting. Okay, this should be much easier if I do it from the top down. Oh, fuck. Wait. Can I get it more top down? Oh my god, Rapunzel's not going to have enough hair to get down from here. Gotcha, bitch. You were playing chess while I was playing checkers. Sound effect is so good. Yeah, how high are they gonna let me go? Make it spiral? You know how hard that would be? Build all the way to the sky. Thanks, achievements. I'm not at the sky yet. Is that the highest I can go? Is that terminal velocity? Let's dive off the tower. Ready? I hope you don't have vertigo. Fuck! Oh. I can't zoom any lower than that? That's weird. Oh, there we go. Back on the ground. Hey-oh. Tanner, you know how long that would take to make that spiral? That would be an undertaking, I tell you what. Just add a little cute little thing there. Are there like rocks that fall off the building piece when you place it? Watch. See that? There's chunks of debris that fly off everything you build into the water and have splash effects. Don't really know what the purpose of that is. I'll see if I can spell spend nude. I almost said spend nudes. Send nudes in blue. I don't think I can actually build that far out. Wait a minute. Oh, that's my build space. Oh, shit. I don't have much room to work with here. At least I can see more how it works now. Oh, wait, you can... It actually extends. Nice. Cool. It's very not uniform. Makes it a bit harder. Okay, that's S. Send. God damn it. I accidentally built a house on the end. Let me do that. Don't connect them, you slut. This is... Writing text is not good. It's not convenient at all. Wow. That D is disgusting. That's what she said. Haha. Sorry. How am I gonna make this D work? Also what she said. Is that a D? Kinda. Send. Good lord. Okay, this one's working out a bit better. Once again, the D is going to be disgusting. Sorry, phrasing. Nude. S. Fuck. Close enough. Okay, actually trying to write text, it does make it a kind of a stressful game. And unfortunately, I don't think we're actually going to receive nudes, so it might have been for nothing. Unless I send them to myself. Hang on, where's my phone? Just switch to camera. There we go. There's a nice present to myself later when I'm done streaming. I'll be like, wow, I seem to have a message from somebody. Who could this be? Oh, it's a penis. Tower's still there. Can we see inside it? It's hollow. The tower's hollow. That's how they can afford to build out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Everything's made of paper mache. And I accidentally just took a chunk out of this tower. What did I just do? Oh. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. There's just one floor that just suddenly becomes like a little mini balcony with potted plants. And the rest of this tower above this, if this was made of concrete, look at the size of that, is now being held up by these 4 girders. This little hamlet sucks. My little void hamlet is a death trap. How do I get back down to the ground? There we go. It's definitely going to snap in two. This grid is interesting. There's an eyeball. Hang on. build on the eyeball. Built a garden? Wait, how? What did I do? Hang on, chill, chill. Something was accomplished here. Can't you change the grid? I can turn the grid on and off. Like, this is what the game's supposed to look like. But then if you put this on, you can see how the pieces will be placed. But do you mean the other controls? Wait. I don't know how I built that garden. Just a sec. Oh, that's probably how. Like, having a completely hollow middle donut part of some walls turns it into an inner garden. That's cute. I like it. This... Oh, no. You're gonna be disappointed, Minx. That is position of the sun in relation to everything, including nighttime and dusk. That's kind of beautiful. Look at that. Ah. Send nudes at dusk. Gorgeous. What else is there? Oh, bright, bright sunlight. The point everything turns white. Is that pastel? Oh, I get it. It's graphic styles. This is pastel. This is realistic lighting with sun position. This is just bright, burnt out sunlight. Where everything just turns white and has no color. The game has a built-in screenshot button. It's snow? What do you mean it's snow? That's a picture of a sun. And also, why, if it was snow, why are the birds still here and, like, covered in the snow while moving around on the rooftops? I don't believe you. I think I'm being fibbed too. Am I winning? No. It took a lot of effort to spell send nudes, and all I've received so far is my own wang. Which I've seen. The mystery has been lost. A little too familiar. What else can we make? Let's go flesh colored. You probably already caught on what I'm doing. I apologize. Nutsack's a bit funky. Well, that's the best penis I can come up with. Whoops. Nope. Nope. Yep. That's the best penis I got. And we've got to make sure it does a little piddle. There we go. It's kind of a penis. It's doing a little piddle into I should have piddled into the little toilet garden that I made. My donut garden. This This devolved quickly. I had a nice little cute void hamlet going on that would be too expensive for anyone to live at and also probably inhospitable, but still. And then it just turned into smut. I'm like a billionaire with too much time on my hands. Have you played the Looker? Oh, I've got it wishlisted. I wanted to keep an eye on that one, so I wouldn't forget about it. I can't fix that S. I'm happy with the penis, though. Kinda. I don't know about this pee hole. It's a little bit too... That hole's a bit too large. This pee-pee belongs to a guy that does sounding, I think. If you don't know what sounding is, don't bother looking it up. You won't like what you find. But it's free. Yeah, but if I don't wishlist it, I'll forget it exists. I gotta actually put it on my list so I remember to play it. Make a little pool of semen here. Not with houses. Yeah. Yeah. There. There's a little piss pile. Add free games to the library instead of wishlisting. Oh, I don't want it in my library until I'm ready to play it. Otherwise, it'll get lost amongst a bunch of other stuff. When I'm looking for something new, I can, like, go through the wish list and sort by free. I've got, like, maybe, like, 20 to 30 things that are free that are wishlisted. So if I sort wishlist by free, there's, like, a bunch of stuff at the very top of the list that don't cost anything, and Looker is amongst that. I should probably look at what the achievements for this are. Hang on. Already they've given me a bunch for free that were worth heaps each. Built a tower. Yeah, I got that one. Built a garden. It's exactly what I thought it was. Flat bit of ground with walls surrounding it. Makes a garden in the middle. Nice. If you place a block with another on top of it, but of a different color, it creates a lighthouse. Interesting. A lighthouse, you say? Let's put the lighthouse near Rapunzel's tower. Let's go white with red on top. Ding. Lighthouse. Whoops, fucked it. Apparently lighthouse has to be by itself, not connected with a path. Why is this open? Can you put on top of the tower? The lighthouse. I don't think a lighthouse would function on a tower. That wouldn't actually save any ships. Well, that was fun. What else can you do? You can build a hook. What? This is intriguing. Wait, check this out. If I go... What is it, a 3 across? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2 up the middle. And then remove the middle one. Makes a hook. Oh, there it is. Build a hook. This game just gives away achievements for free. Hey, parrots. Parrots. Sorry. Sorry to misbird you. Hey, seagulls. Why are you all so fat? What could you possibly be eating out here? There's nobody and nothing. Have you been eating the nudes? Is that why I haven't seen any nudes yet? It does actually look like a dick building now that you said that. Thanks, Tenor. No, it makes a little hook underneath. Like a winch for supplies if a boat drove underneath it, I guess. That's probably what that's for. We can make a fancier garden, I think. Hold up, let me try it out here. Five. Okay. Make a very large garden. Oh god. It's a little bit touchy. You can't click and drag and do it that... Oh, okay, not that way. That's not it. Double high wall, I think. I'm in it just for that sound effect. That bubble pop sound effect is just so doing it for me. Oh, I think this is it. Wait. Check it. If I make holes in the lower wall so that it makes 4 pathways through. Statue in the middle. Decorate a garden with a sculpture. It's kind of intriguing how this game's like engine is based completely on procedural generation. It like the algorithm dictates what gets built based on the style of how things are put together. They ate all the humans that lived here. Honestly, if any humans tried to live out here in this disaster void, they deserved it. They deserved to get pecked to death by seagulls and pigeons. That's pretty cool. Although, I don't know why I built it south of the pissing dick. That's what the suburb is now called.
Brother, you been to that new coffee shop? Yeah, where is it? It's some part of town I haven't been yet. Yeah, it's south of the pissing dick.
Is that right? I thought it was part of the Eastern Nudes province. There's no buildings in the Eastern Nudes province. It's just a bunch of bridges.
So to get there, you gotta jump off where the donut is, and then just swim through the piss stream.
You'll find it in no time. It's got 4 archways, enter from any direction. You can see the sculpture, check out the cafe. Admire the giant cock. Don't admire it too closely, you know what I'm saying? Might turn you gay, brother. Like it did me. I love the cock. Ah, good times. And then they got eaten by seagulls. Just to match it with Tenna's lore of my hamlet. What else can we do? We can make church doors. Oh, we have to make a very large building and cut an archway through it. That's actually pretty easy. I can probably use what I've already got going on here.
Let's see. Cut that down. Wait a little bit, little jiffy jiff here.
We're gonna go 3 by 3 real quick. Not this. Keep your eyes on the prize, boys. I'm a little confused. Hang on. Fuck. Yep. There we go. Big building. Now we just cut a hole through the middle. Whoops. Like that? Yeah. That's called a church door. I think the achievements are just here to teach you some of the ways the procedural construction system reacts to your placements. I don't think they really give a shit about the achievements. And there's a little garden shed for the priests of the church to take the corpses of their used altar boys and deposit them to be fed to seagulls later. This is not a progressive hamlet. This is a traditionally corrupted by the church hamlet, like the Vatican. Except all the way out in the fucking nowheres. Why is that suddenly the accent of my town? I feel like that's just racist to minks. Achievements of the tutorial? Yeah, it seems like it. Whoa, you can build a floating building. You can build flying buildings. Hang on. I might be able to use this donut I made earlier to do this. You need a circular building. Much like what I've already got. How the fuck do we do this? I think this is it. Fuck. How the dick? How the dickens? Hole through the middle, maybe. Well, that's not right. This one's a little confusing. Hang on. Why is it racist to me? I keep doing like these really old school like quaint almost Charles Dickens-ish English accents. Build a round building. 6 sections forming a hexagon. Okay. Fuck. So if I rip out the middle, it does say have a hole through the middle. Leave a single empty space in the middle. Rip out the bottom level. This is taking some setup. Curious as what this is going to look like. Okay, well, the bottom level's ripped out. How? Maybe this is not a good spot to do it. Where can we build a round building? Perfectly round building. It's weird how you can just build outwards like this and sometimes the map extends and sometimes it doesn't. I think we might be fucked. Such a stupid fucking map. What have I done? Let's just have a look at this real quick. All the pieces falling in the wall. I love that effect. So we built it here, right? Alright, no. That wasn't good enough. We didn't have the right spot. It has to be a spot on the map where you can make a perfectly circular building. Which means there has to be like a middle spot that has 6 pieces all in a circle. So when I place my reticle in the middle, it makes like a star shape. That's the only place where this will work. I think we're screwed. This might take like some map generation. I might just move on, see what else there is. Oh, there ain't nothing else. Hang on. I've already got 800 of 1,000 achievements, and we've been here for an hour and 20 minutes. And most of that time was spent hanging out and talking to Mix. Placed 1,000 blocks. Build a floating town supported by propellers. That's it. That's all that's left. That's all I had. Cool game. How did that one guy in the Steam achievements, sorry, the Steam reviews, get 297 hours out of this? He must play this as like a de-stressing activity. Which, to be fair, you can get the same effect just out of jacking off. Instead of building villas out in the middle of the ocean. Long lost villages for historians to find and wonder what the hell happened out here. That's almost it. There's 5. He forgot to quit the game. He might have done it for the memes. He might have like actually just left his game running on purpose. Just so that he's he could do that review. Which is fair. Do I have to delete my giant PP just to see if I can find space? 'Cause I'm not seeing... Is there like a mass eraser? No. I don't want to lose what I've already got. Okay, I'm just going to take chunks out of the peen. Look away. Nothing there. Wait. I think the piss puddle might have been hiding a spot. Right here. Star. So if I surround this star... Yeah? This looks like it. Oh my god, we've got it. I should have left that. Let's just... there's a house peeing on my giant star. Put the balls back on. Okay, it's not as good as the previous peen, but this one has STDs. The biggest popping sounds fan. It is very satisfying, not gonna lie. So if we put a second level of roof on this, like that, and then we kill this bottom level. Blip, 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 blip. Go down. Shit didn't work, son. What have I done wrong? Oh, I see what's wrong. I found a spot that has a perfect hexagon, 6 pieces, forming the star, but the spaces around it have to form a near perfect circle. That's what went wrong. We got the hexagon without the perfect circle around it. This sucks. See, there's a 5-star. It's not good. Alright. New open settings, blah, 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 blah. Let's go new. Townscaper. Cool. Can we just... Oh. Ooh. There's music? Why is there any music now? Where was the music before when I was drawing a giant penis? That's rude. So, okay, when you start a new map, you can actually just cruise. See, this is the problem right here. That's what we're looking for. 6 pieces making a star shape. But the pieces around it need to form a circle. That is the struggle. This is all procedural as well, so it's like this is all luck. This is all RNG. We're back to RNG. How's it we always, even when we're trying to chill, we end up struggling with RNG? If I wanted this, I'd play a roguelike. Oh, come on, man. Show Daddy a perfect circle. Come on. What? 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 Yes? No. What? I keep finding these 6-piece star-shaped squares, but none with perfect circles around them. Oh my god. Right here. Bam. We got it. Lock and load. Is it gonna be the shit? Okay. Big star hole in the middle. Build the walls up. Whoops. I keep thinking there's a fish jumping out of the water, celebrating my construction. Tis not. Rip out the flooring. Yes. Build a floating town supported by propellers. What happens if I add to it? Excuse me. That's not possible. That is literally breaking physics right now. How is that piece of iron supporting all that left side weight? That is so cool. Honestly, like, the coolest thing in this game. The only thing that's this trippy. I don't know if the seagulls want to be hanging out here, though. It's a lot of propellers to chop them up. Can we... Let me just do a test. Let me see if I can make this... bigger. Bigger floating town. Nope. Has to only be a single circle width. Propellers are back. That means you can't have pathways or anything going to this building. I can have it going underneath. No, up to it. Not underneath. Well, that's nice. I've achieved something funky. What if I do this? I call this the viewing pier. This is for people to come and look at the marvel that is the floating city. I call this Columbus. Neat. Needs an archway. Fuck yeah. Suddenly very invested. Hang on a sec. I need a church so the clergy can get back to taking very good care of children. There we go. Once again, the little outhouse shed to keep the corpses of the choir boys once they're spent. Dig it. This is actually cool. Why am I riveted? Boom. It's like this became a centerpiece of a real town. This became a motivation all of a sudden. What is this? Okay. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. I'm actually some kind of like savant when it comes to architecture. It's like the concept of feng shui is not something I need to understand. It's just part of my being. I just automatically create feng shui. Like it's just some kind of natural impulse, like spidey sense. Except it's vibe senses. I can sense the vibes required. And I just create them. It's just the will of the people. We're gonna make a apartment complex. Like an expensive one. Stop. Stop, stop. Wait. No, actually, I like this. Just flip it. Change my mind. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, fuck the apartment complex. We'll do that some other day. There's the clergy. It's sort of a commercial district. Apartment complex district down this way. We need skyscrapers. We need the sky scraped. That's not as right angled as I'd hoped it would be. Shit. Have I built the lighthouse yet? Yeah. But you know what? We need another lighthouse. Right here. With a white middle and a red roof. Bling! There we go. That's cute. The lighthouse oversees the Flying Donut, Columbia. If the guy in the lighthouse sees any kind of issues with Columbia's propeller system, he warns the rest of the town because this thing might go haywire and crash into a wall. Okay, this is going to be a nice chunky apartment complex. We're going up, son. Why? Stop. I get lost amongst all the 3D. You know there's a VR version of this? Which I think would actually be a lot easier. If the depth perception of just being able to move around the diorama and actually put down pieces with your hands for real, I think would make this a lot easier to deal with than a mouse pointer and having to try to wrestle this camera around. apartment complex. Now, we do this. Give it some pizzazz. That's pizzazz. In case you don't know what pizzazz was. Pizzazz. Looks like a hotel. Correct, tenor. This is Hotel Fucks a Lot. You can probably imagine what goes on in there. Tourism is what I'm saying. Sleeping. Tired tourists go there to sleep. I don't know what you were thinking. It's just a name. Get your mind out of the gutter. It was founded by a man named Jebediah Fuchs, spelled F-U-C-H. So I bet you feel sheepish now. Disgusting, disgusting chat. Right, next door. That's a church entrance. Hang on. Ooh, that's nice. I like this little corner cut. So there's where everyone from this hotel goes and has breakfast in the morning. Sick. What are we going to call this breakfast? We're going to call this brunch at Tiffany's. Nice and classy, across the hotel, place to eat. What do y'all need in this rich part of town? What do y'all need? A garden. A real fancy fuck-off garden. Let's see. I know how to do this. Whoops. Yep. Hang on. Garden's too tiny. It's pathetic. Don't like it. Enlargen that guard. Fuck. Still not good enough. Hey. How did we make that garden with the statue? I think I remember. Hang on. Back to garden. Rip out the entrances. That'll make paths. Yeah. Nice. Wow, this is a swanky district. I know I'm not changing up my colors, but fuck it. I like cohesiveness. I don't need things to be yellow and green and blue and purple. This ain't Dr. Seuss town. This is a serious town. For serious people. That like entire suburbs that look like one giant, like a giant dick. Oh, I deleted that though. We don't have that anymore. I do like that this is now the centerpiece. This affront to God. This piece of physics-defying architecture. Okay, tourism, commercial, the cathedral where the altar boys get rogered, and suburbs? Do we need suburbs? Like itty-bitty houses? I think we do. There's a cul-de-sac. I like where this is going. Nope. I liked where this is going. It's gone to shit a little bit. Walls. Okay. Weird star-shaped building. Don't care. There's a halfway house for people with less money. Actually, it's gone a little crazy. Well, that's the start of a suburb. That's where I was going with that. I don't like this little shit house in the back here. I don't know what I was thinking. That's good enough. Cool. Neat. Well, yeah. That's where the regulars live, the peasants. While the rich tourists are hanging out in this hotel, eating at breakfast at brunch at Tiffany's across the road. Then going to see the lovely sculpture park. And then maybe a strip club. I don't know how to build one of those. That's not the strip club. That is the government building. I don't want anyone to actually get in there because that's where I am. And all my pigeons. My seagulls. I keep wanting to call them pigeons because they look more like pigeons than seagulls. Weird ass game. I think we need another industrial building. That seems kind of cool. Yeah, it's different. Neat. That's where the fishermen come in at the end of the day with the catch. So the food for the peasantry. Fortunately, they can't afford it. So all the food goes to me and my pigeons. My fat fuck. Look at these fuckers. Look how fat they are. Good lord. Actually horrifying. Look at them up close. Let's not do that again. They got little eyes. Neat. We are missing Rapunzel's tower from the previous area. Ah, perfectly square. Let's do it. That high enough? Okay. That's where my mistress stays. That's her balcony, where she lets down her golden pubes. I mean hair. Same thing. So she comes out there in the mornings at dusk on her balcony and she sings. She sings for true love, for her prince to find her. But he never will because we're in a fucking void out in the middle of the Pacific. Good luck, Rapunzel. You ain't going nowhere. Unless the pigeons take pity on you and fly you out of here. They tend to do that for Disney princesses quite a bit, especially if they sing. We need to put a little moat around this. That's what we need. I'm going to be an evil stepmother. Moat around the tower. It's kind of tragic. Wait. You call that a path? That is bullshit. There's the guardhouse. Yeah, guardhouse. It has its own moat. Wait. Yeah. The security guard needs to make sure Rapunzel doesn't leave. There is a lock on the door, but in case she gets out, he has a sawn-off shotgun in the cupboard. He can crack that out and make short work. What a hamlet. What a Void Hamlet. I could have come up with a name better than Void Hamlet, but that probably would have been penis-related and just immature. Void Hamlet will do. Do I need a government building? The floating donut is like the centerpiece of town, but it doesn't make a good government building. But I do like what we've done here today. I'm quite pleased with myself. Although I do feel like I'm just sort of wasting time at this point. What achievements are left? Place 1,000 blocks. Really? I am shocked I haven't done that yet. You know what's funny? On the previous map, it said undo 99, which means I'd placed over 99 blocks already. This one's up to 795. I feel like I'm well over 1,000. Hey, River. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Where am I going with this? I like that shape. Looks like someone's legs spread. Government building. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Cute little pond in the middle. Yeah, boy. What is this game? Vatican Simulator? I don't know what this is. I managed to build a floating donut as a centerpiece of my town. I have a lighthouse. I have a commercial district. I got some pigeons. Some fat-ass pigeons. That right there is my church building. With a little outhouse where we keep the bodies of the altar boys. That's my peasant suburb. I'm sorry, my residential district. Where the workers live. There's my tourism district, my hotel. Little restaurant across the road in this lovely park with a sculpture in the middle. That's the nice part of town. And that's a fuck-off massive tower with a little balcony for Rapunzel at the top. There it is. Can barely see it. Wait. Yeah, there it is. That's where she hangs out. And it has a little guardhouse next door to make sure she won't escape. I've got a security guard with a sawn-off shotgun in there. We've done well. This needs an archway. Cool. I love me a good archway. What happens if I do this? Wait. No. What is that? It's a hovel. Made a hole in a wall. Okay. Interesting. Little tower. Okay. Whatever. That probably serves some purpose. Yay. Sorry, birds. Didn't mean to do that. Cool. What was I doing out here? Government building? Let's do it here. Big. I don't know what I'm doing. That about equal? No. Too much? Better? Cool. Good start. Idea. Check it. Fuck yeah, that's so cool. Even cooler. This looks like a castle gate. That's rad. What if I got a balcony going around the entire thing? Nope, nope, nope. Neat. Hmm. Intriguing. But it can be better. Oh my god, we made a parapet. I don't really know what a parapet is, but I like saying it. Parapet. Oh, yeah. I feel like I made a castle for myself. Groovy. Even groovier. Maybe overkill. Nope, that was great. Loved it. What if this? Overkill. Overkill. Hmm. It's not even connected to the town. Yeah, like this. That's pretty cool. Could I do more with that? I'm not sure. That's just little architectural flourishes. Don't worry about that. Sweet. Yeah. Now I kind of feel like I should have been changing my building colors as I went. Just to, like, theme each burrow. But I'm stoked about this. I don't know about the... didn't realize that people are going to start hanging their washing out. That kind of is ruining my castle a little bit. That upsets me. And again, washing. Looks pretty monotone. Is it because I made everything red, Tanner? Evict them? Exile them from the castle. Send them off into the mysterious void of the Pacific Ocean. This bridge could have some cooler shit going on, but I'm not really... I wish I could just decorate it without making buildings and stuff. I suppose I could make like a garden here. Might stop me from doing that. Like if we did this. Stop. Sometimes manholes just appear in the ground. Garden. Entrance. That's pretty. There's a little corner that you can come out and like use these binoculars to look out into the distance and look at nothing. Look into the mist. I'm pretty sure this town is being built inside the Bermuda Triangle. Can you recreate Rome one for one? Good God Almighty. How long would we be here? If we were going for that for real. That would be an undertaking and a half. Jesus. That's just stupid. Ah. Ah. What if there was a... Oh, interesting. Not what I was going for, though. There's a back way out of the garden, down to a little beach. A very, very little beach. Garden is intact. Nice. You missed my river. You missed my my previous town that I built. We made a giant penis that was peeing and made like a huge little wee puddle at the bottom of the screen. We spelt out send nudes, like really big with concrete. That was fun. What else did we do? Oh. I didn't realize that Mink sent even more Biscoff. Sorry, I was obviously mesmerized by the mile-a-minute gameplay. Tower and sit. Oh, what do you mean tower? Look, the Rapunzel Tower's back. And she has a cute little balcony at the top. And the shotgun security guard. Just next door. So she doesn't escape. Tower is intact. I love my little castle, though. That's where I live. My bedroom is just up here. In this top middle one. I can see my Rapunzel Mistress Tower from any window in town. I think about her often. Make the Tower of Babylon? How many towers does my town need? Oh yeah, our previous tower was a lot higher. But it was too high. It was so high, it took too long to get the camera up there. The huge pyramid? A pyramid. I do like this. I do like the sound of that. This grid is kind of hectic though. It makes it difficult to do stuff like that. Where would we be able to fit a pyramid? Maybe here? Starting from that block? This grid layout's not going to make it easy. Make a pyramid shape. This could be a fool's errand. But fools we are. There. Right there. That's where we're going to do it. Give me my other pieces back. Give it. Give it. Give it. I guess... Entrance to pyramid. We'll use this path that I made that cool little shape with. You know what? That's not going to work. Make the shape again. How did I even do that? I don't remember how I did it. Fuck it. From the back of the castle. It's my pyramid, only I'm allowed to go to it. I'll make a path from there. How much does this game cost? I don't know, hopefully not a lot. I'm playing it on Game Pass, so... You know, I'm playing it for free. Should we find out? Let's find out. What do normal people have to pay to play this? $5. Well, $6. It's $5.96. So it is actually pretty cheap. $5 to play with a relaxing, chill out, lower your anxiety toy, essentially. And that's the Microsoft Store. I bet the Steam Store is even cheaper. Townscaper. Currently 45% off on Steam. That makes it like $4.80. Yeah. It's cheaper on Steam, but not as much as I thought it would be. Okay, maybe we should do this top down. This ground shape is hurting me. I thought that nice little centerpiece would be... Hang on. Am I right in the center of that centerpiece? Kinda. Okay, that's the middle. I do wish you could kind of click and drag like a single layer thing. Like if I could just draw concrete and just smear it everywhere instead of having a single click. What the hell was that? Oh, they've already put up some washing. I don't even know how you people got here. I've just started building this. Why do you do this to me? Oh. That was actually kind of dope, though. What? That's cool. I mean, it's not a pyramid, but, like, that's interesting. I didn't know you can make a garden with a tower in the center. And it's tiered up with a tiered roof like that. That's pretty sweet. Whoops. We need to go higher. Shitballs. Stop. I mean, it's meant to be a relaxing, just chill, lay stuff out bit by bit experience. So, unlike strategy games where speed might be useful, this is meant to be a leisurely paced hangout game. So I get why there's not fancier controls like that. Here we go. Why did I let you talk me into this? River, you started something. Hey, place 1,000 blocks. That's the final achievement. So I guess if anyone's looking to achievement or trophy hunt a quick completion, you could probably do this in like 20 to 30 minutes. And you'll have everything you need. It's just, I have to build this Tower of Babylon brick by brick. It is neat watching it change in real time like that. Maybe the very top floor of this needs to have one of these like inner ring gardens for real. Whoop. Whoop. Sweet. And another layer. So far, we've actually kept it very circular. But this grid is about to get a bit wonky the further I go out. This could get a bit shit. I'm gonna go 2 layers at a time. Yeah, already this is a bit fucked. I do think it's a neat toy. Like, it's hard to call it a game. I get why you wouldn't maybe call it a game, but as like a tool, a plaything, an experimental toy, it's neat how it procedurally just decides what to build based on what you whack and where you whack it. I like the word whack. Alright. I think our building might start getting a bit ugly. Because the shape is about to get a bit stupid. Stop. Okay, it's hanging in there. Not bad. So this is essentially where we're going. One more tower in the... Yep, okay. Kinda. Got ahead of myself a bit. Just seeing if it was going to reach up there. God, So easy to misclick. Sometimes I hear the sound of, like, money being dropped on a table, and I don't know why they taught me like that, because this place is without currency. We're not that kind of villa. We're not that kind of hamlet. We're not about an economy. We're about aesthetics and vibes. And becoming malnutritioned out in the middle of the ocean. Because we have no trade. Fuck. Hey. Hey! Little spire. Whoa. That got pretty substantial. Question is, would any bigger ruin it because the shape's starting to get really screwy around the edges? But, like, the center bit, though, is pretty... Look at that. Compared to the size of the whole town, from top down. Cool. So if we were to call that the Tower of Babylon... Let me try something. If I did this... Is that cool? Like we took out a big chunk so there can be a little garden in the middle and a little walkway. So people can actually walk around up top here and see in the distance. That's different. How do we get to the tower? One long path. There'd be a gate. That's the gate to get to the Tower of Babylon. Guards, seize him. Do not let him near the tower. There's the guardhouse at the back there. Like that. Cool. Oh, shit. Oh, wait. That's interesting. Other way, maybe? That's intimidating. That is full of soldiers. They all live in these barracks right in front of the guard gate. Not anyone's allowed to come to this tower. Can I connect them? Oh, I can! Cool. What about this way? Okay, maybe that's a bit too crazy. Or is it? A little wonky. If it was straighter, I would have liked that more. That's a bit more aesthetic. Make a city that doesn't touch the ground. You can, the coolest thing you can make is this thing in the middle. This one actually isn't touching the ground at all. Let's go down street level. See? It's floating with giant propellers. That is very hard to build. The game only procedurally generates a propeller building if you make a perfect donut with a hole in the middle and then delete the entire ground floor. It puts these giant fans on it. There's no other way to make that. I can't make that with any other building shape. It has to be a perfectly round donut with a star in the middle. It's kind of like a secret, almost like a secret procedurally generated thing. Look at that angle. Minx, look how fancy my town is. Wait, don't look yet. Okay. Trying to get a good angle on it. Yeah. I feel like Minx is just like humoring me. You know, like when a mum pets a child on the head and says, "That's a really nice drawing," but it's just like a stick figure drawn with a crayon, and then puts it on the. Why does it have all the birds? Because we're in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, and there's no land or life or food for miles, so all the birds have to perch here. There is no other civilization. Hi, seagulls. Look at my pigeons. These aren't seagulls or pigeons. They're called pidges. They're like fat seagulls. They feast off the remains of the people that used to live here. If you want to visit Void Hamlet, you're allowed to stay in my swanky Hilton. What did I call it? Hotel Fucks a Lot, that's right. But spelled F-U-C-H. So, don't have a dirty mind. Rude. What is this? I don't know, it is what it is. Another bit. How are you getting so many Biscoffs in today? Needs more lighthouse. I guess I could fit another lighthouse somewhere. I don't like what I did here. What is this? That was disgusting. Cool. Nope. It's like a claw from a claw machine. You're working on emails more than meetings today? Oh, that means you're keeping an eye on the Biscoff counter. You are trying to make me fat. You know what would be really pointless to have in a coastal town? Like super, super pointless. 2 lighthouses practically right next to each other. That's a fat light. There's a thick lighthouse next to a skinny lighthouse. Can I connect them up? Oh, it just makes a piece of shit. The tiny lighthouse has a white lighthouse keeper, and the fatter, longer lighthouse has a black lighthouse keeper. Just a coincidence. Nothing was meant by that. I guess I should name our Tower of Babylon. I'm gonna name it Tower of River, since this was River's design concept. Or should I call it River of Babylon? Yeah, that sounds better. River of Babylon. Babylonia. Only I may visit the tower. Or River. Only the 2 of us may visit the tower. And also maybe some of the pidges. Pidges are allowed free reign. That's River's rake right there, and that's my rake in the other corner. We both rake. We rake together. We're rakers. That's our pastime. We do nothing but rake. There we go. You have to pass through a double gate system. That's the first gate check. Second gate check connected to the barracks. Cool. Cool. I dig it. What happens if I put a little backside on this? A little courtyard? That's cute. Yeah, yeah. I'm not allowed. You're not allowed to rake. You're just trying to get out of raking work. We've got to keep our Babylonian garden up here free of pigeon poo and leaves. It's up to us, because we're the only ones allowed in. Ten is not allowed to visit. Ten is banned from the Void Hamlet, since he poo-pooed our efforts earlier. He's a hater. Minx is allowed to visit and stay in the hotel, generally in the tourist district. But because Minx is so generous with the Biscoff, I'm gonna give her one other. I'm gonna give Minx one other allowance. You're allowed to visit Rapunzel in the tower. You are not allowed to remove Rapunzel from the tower. There's her balcony. You're allowed to visit her on her balcony and hang out and have some tea. She's not to be removed from the tower because that's my mistress, and I'm gonna need her up there. I have been engineering and doing town architecture all day. It gets you really tired. It gets you really randy. Rapunzel needs to be on hand. She gotta do her job. What if I connect these? What'll that look like? Oh, cool. I like it. We're doing it. Neat. I love the castle. Castle's funky. Why are the two houses together? Oh, it's the, we have two lighthouse keepers. A white guy and a black guy. So, I gave each a lighthouse that is phallically appropriate for each of them. You can guess which one the thicker lighthouse is for. They had a fight over who got to be the lighthouse keeper when they first arrived, so I came up with a compromise. Architecturally, in terms of town design, I did make one major mistake. I put the lighthouses next to each other, so they're not really covering any ground. They're completely redundant. Needs to be slightly taller. No, see, the plan is to surround them with town, so they actually oversee nothing, and then they can sit in their lighthouses in despair that their career, their life's work is for nothing. I think the most impressive thing we've built is this Babylonian tower. I do think this is something special. It did take me the longest, so... There's also that. Could I... Just curious. What would this do? Interesting. Don't know what this was for. It just kind of exists. Make one house on its own in a different color. There's always an outcast. It should have been this one, actually. Can I just change? Oh, God. Once you've built it, it's stuck that color. There's no real mechanics for painting buildings. Alright. The weirdo is going to be in a yellow house. Purple house. Because the roofs are yellow. And they live out here. It's a very small house. There you go. Actually, let's make this bigger. Just higher. No, I wanted the... Okay. Fuck. Well, that's kind of cool, actually. There you go. Is that where you want to live, Minx? Do you want to be the weirdo in the purple house? Looking at the rest of my city through your window, just sneering at it.
Heathens. I'll show them all.
I'm still making you sound like a witch. I'm sorry. I forgot I built this garden here just outside my castle. That's cool. Cute.
Once I complete my alchemical concoction, I will possess every pidge in the town. They will do my bidding. They will be my feathery army, and then everyone will pay. Especially Seankichu, the mayor, and also Mistress, that harlot of a mistress. Rapunzel, up in the tower. I can see her from here.
That's actually a perfect view from Rapunzel's balcony down to your witch house. She could look around she can bend over her balcony and see you down there, shaking her fist at you.
Damn you, Rapunzel, fairest in the land. Every time I look at my mirror, it says that I'm not as pretty as you.
Yeah, I made an extension to her balcony so she can walk around and see you. You need to zip line? I don't want Rapunzel getting out of the tower that quickly. At all. That's why I built the guardhouse with the single security guard with the sawn-off shotgun down here. This little guardhouse just next to the tower. She's probably freezing. Oh no, I keep her plenty warm. Under the layers and layers of cum. I'm sorry. Oh, shit. That wouldn't stay warm for long. I should probably install the shower up here. I'm sorry, Rapunzel. She's so mistreated. I mean, I treat her well. But the security guard with the sawn-off shotgun at her front door does not. But then again, I don't pay him to treat her well. I pay him to keep her in the building at all costs. And to allow the witch in if she really wants to, because she has that VIP pass to hang out with my mistress. But if she makes any moves, hit her with buckshot. Salt rock, if possible. I think witches are weak to salt. I think regular bullets might actually not do anything, but if it's salt rock... Elevator's not invented yet, you have to walk up. That's a good point. I've made this hard for myself as the mayor. But then again, if I'm horny enough, I am going to climb 60 floors. I must get to my mistress. I don't care if it takes all day. Daddy's got to empty the reserves. I'm not building you any pathways or bridges to Witch House. Witch House stays isolated. In fact, you know what? I want to make sure you're more isolated. I'm going to build a moat. That's not working. Wait. Fucking witch. Nope. This side is not cooperating. This is a very awkward side. That's a little better. It's because of these star shapes. The ground gets all whack. Starting to not like where I put your house. It's so funky. Close enough. Nah. You whatever. Okay. There's a moat. Put a shock collar and remove the locking door when the king desires. She better come running. With a shock? Well, you mean make her run down the entire tower, travel through the castle, across the massive bridge with a 2-gate system, requiring clearance at each gate, to find me raking leaves in the Babylonian tower. The River of Babylonia. She can just slide down the pole. That's what she's gonna do when I get up there. Know what I'm saying? Hey-o! Maybe we're done for the night. I'm gonna give you slightly more. I'm gonna give you a manhole. There's a manhole, so you have somewhere to poop, Minx. More of a spire on your house. There you go. Ah, I have a better... Okay, wait. Why am I leaving it as a path when we can turn it into a wall? Really wall this witch in. Spire on each corner. There. Yeah. That's your little personal kingdom right there. Walled in. With a moat in between. There's a kraken in there somewhere. It's a very small kraken because I had to fit it in a very thin moat. It's a baby kraken. It's adorable. You'll love it. You can pet it even. It's so tiny. I still wouldn't pet it because a kraken beak will still probably take a chunk out of your hand, but even if it's small, but you know, it's got googly eyes. It's cute. It's a chibi kraken. With a little chair. Oh, there is a little chair. Right in front of your pooping manhole. You have to come out of your house, open the manhole cover, probably with a crowbar, and then, like, pop a really wide squat across this huge hole. Look at the size of the manhole compared to the chair. Now think about how big a human would be compared to that. That's a wide squat. And then you drop a deuce. You've also got some Ugg boots sitting on the doorstep. And considering you can't really go anywhere, the Ugg boots you put on just to get to the poop hole. Which is 2 steps from the door. You slip the Ugg boots to take 2 steps and then take a big shit. Classy. Kangaroo it, just don't lean back. With the kangaroo stance with the legs. Who took a shit in the manhole and didn't flush it? It's disgusting. I knew it was fucking one of yous. I've actually kind of forgotten that quote a little bit. I jambled it, but you get the idea. Also, Minx, I just realized I gave you this little telescope for looking at the town, but I've now walled you in, so you can't see anything with the telescope. You're just looking at a purple wall. Hey, Elizabeth. Been busy and depressed. Oh, no, that's fine. Hey, it's just Twitch streaming. No one's obliged to show up or anything. But nice of you to come say hi regardless. Also relatable. The depression's been going around a bit lately. Life, man. Oh, also, you probably can still see Rapunzel's tower from there with that with the telescope goggles. So that's probably the only thing you can use that for. If you want to like peek at my mistress all the way up here. Wait, let me see if you can actually. Yeah. If you look at it from this angle, that telescope, the only thing you can still see with that wall up is this tower, the top of this tower. So you can spy on her for me. I'll let you live near our town in your little purple witch house. As long as you keep tabs on my mistress Rapunzel and keep me updated on her movements. Even if she's doing nothing, even if she's just singing to birds on her balcony, I want to know about it. I'm a very toxic mayor. I don't know what else to do with this place. I don't even know what I built this for. That was like an experiment, but now it's just a thing. Like, what the fuck? Oh, that also reminds me, Elizabeth. If you're still there. It is kind of funny that you showed up just now, because I can't think of anything more different from Amnesia that you could possibly catch me playing. This would have seemed very alarming to walk in on. This path is junk. Oh, that's awful. Maybe we can get to there. Or that. Could work. How do I connect you up? I don't know what to do with this. This looks like shit. I hate it. Terrible. Must salvage. What if this was a building? Oh, I made it purple. Damn it. That doesn't make sense. That's the witch's color. Huh. I just thought of something. You are allowed to visit the Rapunzel Tower. You are also allowed to visit the fancy tourist district with the brunch at Tiffany's food place, the lovely garden, and the hotel. I did say that earlier. So let's say your manhole isn't just your poop hole. If you go down there, it actually comes up in this building here. There's a tunnel under the ocean that lets you enter and exit the town at will through this purple building. Nobody else knows about that except for you and the mayor. So they don't... everyone feels safe because they know the witch is trapped in here. They don't know the witch is not trapped in there. This is actually your secret entrance building. How do we keep people away from this building, though? It's the DMV. As far as anyone else is concerned, this is the town's DMV, so no one actually wants to go there. Perfect ruse. And the back of it, down this long windy pathway here, this weird plus building, this one, that's the Umbrella Labs. That's where you do all your underhanded government experiments on people from the village. The real seedy shit. Zomboids, yeah. The lab exists underneath this building. It's got elevators inside these towers. They go down to a giant underground research lab where the witch, like, kidnaps people from town and does experiments. Well, that's not good. That was meant to be on silent. Hang on. My silent button's broken. What the hell? I actually think I broke it. There we go. Hate that noise. Okay, there. Now we've explained those buildings. No longer awkward. I do wish I could add more to this flying donut, but as soon as you touch it, it turns into a normal building that undoes the flying donut stuff. This is the peasant suburbs. This is where you steal people from. And then they get dragged down the Umbrella Lab elevators. Our town's pretty fucked up. I love it. I can't think of anything else to add to it. I think it's kind of perfect. I probably should have used more colors in its construction, but, you know, we're here now. Honestly, if I wanted to achievement hunt this game, I think we could have done this in 25 minutes. If you were just playing this game for achievements, just to achievement haul, this literally would have been a 25-minute stream. It really is just a toy. You get as much out of this as you feel like putting in. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's look at it at dusk. Yeah, the sun's almost down. Where is it? Can't even see it. It's unrealistic. This is about 1.5 hours before the witch creeps out. The second that sun crosses the horizon, she starts lurking, kidnapping the childs, dragging them to the Umbrella Corp, fusing their genes with sharks, with shark DNA, just to see what happens. It's fucking psycho. You can't even save your town? What the hell? Export.obj. What does that even do? Is .obj like a 3D file? You know what I mean? Like if you're using Blender or... Oh, shit. Export object? Because there aren't any objects that you can highlight or select. So I'm guessing you're exporting the entire city. Like every 3D thing you've created as one whole object. So like if you wanted to design a town in 3D in this game and then export it to be taken to like a 3D project like Blender for further fiddling with. They probably thought if we're just designing this as an experimental tool or a toy, let's give people the option of actually using their creation in other apps. Like if I was making a short film in Unreal Engine or in Source Filmmaker, you could export this as your own 3D object and use it as an environment. I guess it wouldn't help if you wanted to use it as a on-the-ground environment because the graphics are too basic, but if you needed to see like a city from a distance, like on a horizon or from the sky, from a plane window or something, Maybe that would be handy. Although, if I needed to create a believable looking city from a distance, the procedural thing doesn't make it easier, but the fact that you do it block by block, like this, click by click, I think that once again slows you down. They would have need to have created more controls to like maybe hold shift and then click and drag to make like an entire layer all at once. Like little slice it like convenient life convenience controls like that. Otherwise you wouldn't really be able to use this very efficiently as a tool to create .objs for other projects. You get much out of it. Oh, did you find a video about it? Oh, neat. Okay. So somebody exported that little piece of building. It looks like they retextured it as well. They probably used the built-in 3D model texturing of the whatever project they put it in after the fact. There is a need for high-quality textures, please. He's put a 3D model of a chicken there. I think that confirms what I was saying about it works for long-distance shots of buildings, but it wouldn't work for creating like a city that you're actually putting characters in. Because the camera can't really go down into the city if it's if the graphics are that basic. Can you not apply your own textures to the OBJ file? Does it require you taking apart the buildings piece by piece? Oh, true. The .obj is one giant 3D model, so the texture would apply to the entire thing. You wouldn't be able to do it individually to the different pieces unless you chopped it up somehow. Which then also makes it kind of laborious. Of course, someone's using it in Unity. Knowing Unity and indie developers like / scam artists that use Unity to pump out quick games for Steam, this is probably like almost the finished game. Add a couple of environmental triggers, render, export. It's a game on Steam, selling for $5. In this game, you're an android looking for every trace of humanity to exterminate. There we go, there's a plot. And it looks like it fits with what it looks like already. The plot twist is humanity's already been exterminated and the robot just hasn't been turned off. The end. A lot of lily pads. It's people in the comments are saying stuff like this application never occurred to me. Holy shit. But it's like it's in the game. They literally have a giant button that lets you export an OBJ. The only thing that could be useful for is that exact application. I don't know why you're so surprised. Okay. What time is it? Still quite early. It still surprises. Ever since we started this map, we've had the biggest clump of birds of pigeons just hanging out in my flying donut building. They've never left. And this one. Very few other pidge clumps. They seem to have avoided the witch's house for good reason. They watch her at night, dragging kids to the cellar. They know what she's about. That's it. These two buildings. That's my entire bird population. I don't know why that's happened. I think before we leave, we create a third lighthouse in the exact same spot. An even thicker one. Damn. So now we have white guy, Italian, black guy. 3 lighthouse keepers. Each one thicker than the last. It's like the start of a fairy tale. What a ridiculous town. I mean, it is kind of quaint to do only a 3-hour stream for a change. I mean, that never happens. I mean, I know there are people on Twitch that's like a normal stream. Like 3 to 4 hours max. It feels weird to be stopping at around the 3-hour mark. Doesn't feel right, does it? But there's no point in dragging it out. I might as well get a normal human being sleep for tomorrow's headbanging tournament. Because that's going to be a fun stream. I can't wait to headbang. I just realized there's a hidden theme between today and tomorrow's streams. Pidges. We've been calling the birds in this game pidges the whole time. And in Headbangers, all the musical dancing birds are all pigeons. That was not intentional. That was an accident. That's accidental connection. But I'll take it. Where's my mouse? Do you think if I exit, it'll save my city? Let's just check. Maybe one day I'll want to come back and de-stress. Add some more buildings to my town. Scape some more town. Townscape, if you will. I am kind of curious to try the VR version. I wouldn't really get much out of it, because I've already kind of experienced what this game has to offer. The fuck? But, I'm just curious what it would feel like to be, like, in there. Actually, like, placing buildings and stuff with your hands. Oh, shit. Hey, there's Rapunzel's tower. Okay, there's the town. I actually thought it screwed me and deleted everything. It just started me staring off at the clouds like this. Boom. Her balcony is purple. Is that a signifier of one of the only places the witch is actually being designated to be allowed to visit by the mayor? Rapunzel's loft. That's why it gets to be purple. I did not even realize that until you just pointed that out. Also, I thought of another flaw. I thought of a flaw of our town. I think Rapunzel's tower is a bit of a plane collision issue. Like, we're pretty secluded, but if a Boeing 747 happened to be doing a LAX to Sydney Qantas terminal intercontinental flight, I feel like it might clip that tower and not even see it coming. We might have to put like a some kind of lighthouse dealie on top of this tower just to signal passing planes. You're right, it is half purple. That's pretty shit. Let's actually just make it yellow. Whoops. There you go. That's kind of cool. There's a spire. Is that a ladder? Yo, they put a ladder on this one. No. Not for her. Why is it yellow? I don't know. Just Rapunzel's hair. It's signifying her golden locks. Her beautiful golden locks that are not long enough to get to the bottom of this tower. That's why I made it so high. I've read the fairy tale. I ain't falling for that shit. I'm a smart mayor. I'm a smart mayor despite the fact that I was rich enough to be able to build a piece of land out in the middle of nowhere and completely waste all that money on a hamlet that makes no sense. So not that smart. I wouldn't hire me to do any work. Are there birds inside the garden? Wait. Hold up. Zoom in. Why can't I zoom in? Oh, this lowering button is so slow. That's a butterfly. Cute. That's an enormous butterfly. Think about that butterfly to scale. That's bigger than my head. I'm not going to that garden. Fuck that garden. There's a Godzilla butterfly in there. It takes out people. It takes out tourists. They go from Hotel Fox-a-Lot to brunch at Tiffany's, the restaurant across the road, and then try to spend the rest of their day checking out the garden, and they're never seen again. Carried away by the butterfly. Probably deposited in the witch's moat. You've got the butterfly trained. That's one of the creatures you made in your umbrella lab. Under our entire village, down that elevator building.
Yes, finally. I have created an enormous killer butterfly, and he will bring me flesh. He will bring me fresh meat.
Don't walk on grass or you'll be beheaded by the butterfly. That sounds like something I would implement. Maybe I contracted the witch to make that one.
Dear witch, please create me these creatures 3. 1 kraken, chibi-sized. 1 butterfly, fuck-off massive-sized, much bigger than a regular butterfly. Like, horrifyingly big, based on the size a butterfly is supposed to be. And 3, a 2-headed, screeching child of the night. Like a regular child, but 2 heads and they both won't stop screeching. I'm going to release the mutant child in the hamlet to keep everyone on their toes at night when they should be sleeping. That'll make them tired, weak, slow, complacent, easy to manipulate. From my Tower of Babel off in the corner, me and River. Actually, just me. River's just there to rake the Tower Bodega. That's River designed the Tower of Babylon, but which means he's the only one that gets access to it aside from me. But his only job there is to rake the bodega. I keep wanting to call it a podega. A pogada. This game keeps putting these fucking sightseeing goggles everywhere in the most random places. This one is looking at the side of this. I don't even know what this building is. Post office. There's a post office box on the side. I guess the post comes by water. On a boat. Alright. I'm getting distracted by my own genius again. We're gonna quit. Well, that was an interesting experiment. I had fun. Briefly. Hydrate. I think I might go make a tea. Okay. Thanks, Minx. Thanks for putting up with this weird experiment. You and everybody else that's hanging about. Tenor probably died of boredom. It's nice and peaceful stream apart from the nudes. Oh, apparent from the nudes. Which is not apart from. No, I think you were right the first time. It's nice and peaceful apparently because of the nudes is what you were trying to say. I understand your English. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be more action-packed because there's going to be a lot of dancing, rapping pigeons. Because rhythm gaming. But, which will be more exciting, but it'll probably still be kind of chill because it's a fun, goofy rhythm music game, so low stress. I say that, but I'm very competitive when it comes to music games, so I don't actually think it's going to be as low stress as I think. I'm probably going to get really mad if I don't get first place every single time. Very competitive.
Second, second out of 30 people, get fucked. No one gives me the silver medal. I will uninstall. And then tell everyone I got gold. He who controls the narrative controls history. Even though people can look at the VOD and actually see the evidence. Whoops. Note to self, delete VOD. Do not salvage for YouTube. Still waiting for the April Fool's video? I haven't touched my my YouTube in a long, long time. I'm really sad about that. I thought I was going to be able to find more time to start doing more YouTube, and I've actually been doing less than what I've done in the past. And I hate it. It makes me so depressed. I feel like the way things have been going over the last year, I feel like I've been doing more work for less benefit, if that makes sense. Like the amount of work I've been doing over time has been taking more of my time, not getting harder per se, but it's been taking more of my time, but hasn't been earning me more money. So I've actually been doing more for less. And it's been getting like that for a while. Not from for any particular reason or for any particular source. It's just, I think that's just how it is. How it's just been. Did I miss anything? We built a witch's castle with a moat overseeing Rapunzel's place. We built an underground umbrella laboratory with an elevator. I think that was it. There was a killer butterfly as well in a killer butterfly courtyard that carries away peasants at nighttime. Only a few things, Tenor. We were joking before that you probably fell asleep from boredom. It's like Tenor didn't go on a work call. He just face planted on the desk. He passed out from pure boredom. But like, yeah. I was saying before, if anybody wanted to achievement hunt a game to get easy achievements, you could probably do that game in about 25 minutes. Especially beneficial if you've got like Game Pass. Although I think on Steam, can't you just like, I think you get 2 hours to refund a game on Steam. So you could probably like, if you're someone who hunts Steam achievements, you could probably do the same thing and then refund it. Even though it's only $4. Almost fell asleep from boredom during the call. Oh, damn, dude. That sucks. And you can't really, if it's phone call based work, you can't really afford to make it seem like you're bored or falling asleep. If it's phone call based stuff, you have to sound switched on the entire time. Do you get to keep the Steam achievements if you refund? Like, they don't have some kind of built-in system to prevent people from taking advantage of that, do they? That's cool. I bet a lot of people use that then. Because there's probably a ton of, like, easy to harvest Steam achievements in some really shit random games that people just constantly refund just to achievement haul. Because, yeah, the game gets deleted from library, but that doesn't mean it needs to disappear from your achievement section. There was a game that people completed and it made the developer not want to do any more games. Oh, he made a game that was like a short indie thing and people just achievement harvested it and refunded his game. Well, that's cruel. I kind of feel bad because, like, there would be legit developers out there that are actually making stuff as like it's their passion. They want to make games, but they're kind of mixed in with like 1,000 other like cheap indie games that are just people looking to like scam dollars by asset flipping Unreal Store assets and calling it a game. Like those games are a running joke, especially if you see Unity. A lot of those people use Unity to slap those games together. So that logo is not the best sign sometimes with cheaper games. But imagine being like a legit passionate developer that actually wants to make stuff, and you're stuck in like a throng of 1,000 of other games like that, and people treat you the same way. They try your game as a laugh, and then they just like refund it. I wonder if you make nothing in that case, or if it's really just Steam making the loss. I feel like there'd have to be some incentive for developers. Like, you can't just take all the developers' money away. Like, I feel like if I was Steam, I would take the larger chunk of that loss on behalf of developers if people need to refund. Most cases, passion projects are free to play or really cheap. Depends on what kind of game you're going for. Like, if it's a passion project, is this some like actual one-man indie thing that only takes you months to make? That's fair enough. But if you're trying to make a legitimate game with some substantial gameplay on a budget, that does actually cost you some money and some time, so you actually do put some money into it, you do need to make some money back. It depends on how, like, what level the game's at, I guess. Oh, Emeka Games? Oh, I think I know that. Hang on, that's sad. Because those look cool. I didn't know it was going to be someone I recognized. Let me just check what I might have wishlisted from Emeka or what I've actually got downloaded. Oh, they might be back already. This is an old story. Let's see. It's in my library. Emeka Games Bundle. I actually own 5 of his games. Purchased, not refunded. Thank you very much. Beside Myself, Find Yourself, Locked Up, Summer of 58 I own, and You Must. I'm a supporter. Oh, God, I hiccuped. I haven't played them, but I mean, the fact that I bought them and have them is worth something. How do I go to Emeka Games page? Store page. Well, I wasn't ever planning on refunding, ever. Wait, why is this Ask Games? Hang on. Summer 58 store page. Ah. Here he is. Beside yourself, find yourself, locked up, you must. I think I've dropped an accidental game into that bundle. Oh yeah, he's got a new one announced, From Day to Day. Psychological thriller, first person. Yeah, this Beside Yourself game is not on his page. I think I've dropped this into his bot folder by accident. This one's by Ask Games. So he made 2 games. Life After Death and Beside Myself. I wonder how I mistook that for an Emeka Games joint. Weird. Probably because of the name. I bet I bought a lot of these horror games at the same time, and they're literally called Beside Myself and Find Yourself. Like that. I think I saw those 2 names and thought they were from the same developer. It's in the bundle. He's probably thrown in extra. There's my Chiller Arts bundle. I've got Blame Him, Eevee, Spheria, and Welcome Back Daddy from Chiller Arts. I don't have any of the big ones, like the popular Let's Play ones. I think you know what I'm talking about. Jesus, Chiller Art makes a lot of games. Convenience Store, Closing Shift. Kidnap was the newest one, yeah? Yeah, that was out 1st November 2023. That was just out. Holy shit. Parasocial. I think I saw a Let's Player play this recently. Parasocial. That came out August this year. New game a couple of days ago. Yeah, that seems to be this one, The Kidnap. Chiller seems to be able to be shockingly productive with their game development. Like, November and August this year. Like, there's 2 months between these two games releases. Closing Shift is the one in the cafe where you're the barista. I think that's the first ever Chiller Arts game I ever saw gameplay of. I skim-clicked through someone's Let's Play to see what the game was. And I was like, oh, okay. I see. I haven't seen any of these older ones all the way down here. I think the ones I got are right down the bottom here. Some of the originals. The games are pretty popular for Let's Plays. Yeah, that's how I came to know about Chiller Art. When they release a game, there tends to be like a sudden gold rush for putting out Let's Plays for a Chiller Art game. Like, if you follow the likes of, not Moist Critical because he doesn't like them. I actually watched a clip where he was talking about horror games, and he specifically said he hates these games. Not because he finds them scary, he actually just genuinely finds them boring. He doesn't get it. But like Jacksepticeye's, Markiplier's, even like Game Grumps type channels. I think you see a bunch of these show. Oh, that's who did Parasocial recently. The one about being a Twitch streamer. You're a female Twitch streamer with a VTuber avatar, and one of your people in chat starts to stalk you until one day they send you a link that lets you play a game on stream that is like footage from outside your house, and it gets creepy. I've seen the trailer for it. It looked cool. Or was that a clip? I think it might have been a montage of clips. I don't know if they do full trailers. Yeah, so a lot of the bigger ones do it. It's not the kind of thing, like, I know about Game Grumps because of Egoraptor. Like, back in the Newgrounds days when I was in college, I used to look at Newgrounds animations a lot, and I followed Egoraptor's channel and a lot of his like silly shorts. And once Newgrounds wasn't a thing anymore, he kind of disappeared for a while. Like, I didn't have any visibility of what Aaron Hansen, who's Egoraptor, was doing. And then sometime many, many years later, I just accidentally came across the Game Grumps channel, and I put 2 and 2 together, and I was like, that is fucking Egoraptor. At some point in the many, many years where the internet was transitioning between things that were popular, he went from Newgrounds animator to Let's Player with Dan Avidan from Ninja Sex Party, the band. You made a friend play a couple of Chiller Arts games and she liked Closing Shift the most. Is Closing Shift, do you think that's the most popular one? Because the fact that it's the first one that I saw by pure chance on YouTube, being done by like every big YouTuber, made me think that it must have been big enough that the algorithm was throwing it at people like me that had never seen it before. Which means it must have been doing exceptionally well compared to the other games. You don't think it's the most popular? Oh, so it's just a coincidence that it's the first one that I came across and the one your friend liked the most. I do think the one of the newer ones, Parasocial, the VTuber one, I think that sounds really interesting. What's the new one, the kidnap about? I'm gonna guess it's about kidnapping, being kidnapped, about a kidnapping incident. Oh my god, plot twist. Psychological horror. This game will drive you insane. Cool. VHS film aesthetic. It doesn't actually have anything about the game story except for about a kidnapping incident. That's the whole synopsis. Had a good gameplay loop. You know what I liked the look of when I saw that? Is I've told you this before, but I really love simulator style hobby type games. So like games where you like simulate running a cafe and making coffees for people. Like I find those kind of games really strangely satisfying and cathartic. There's something really cool about just going through processes like that and doing a good job. It's what made stuff like Power Wash Simulator so famous. Something about the human brain, even if you're not someone who suffers from like OCD or any specific thing that would draw you to that kind of thing, if you sit down and just get involved, it's almost like white noise. Like playing something like Power Wash Simulator just puts you in this frame of mind where you become obsessive about completing the activity in front of you. The slow percentage progress of washing away that dirt and actually like seeing the results of your progress live with how clean the thing's getting, but at the same time having that percentage bar filling up and also getting those really satisfying ding sound effects as each individual piece of the architecture becomes complete. To check them off the list of objects, like all of that stuff. It's perfectly synced to fuck with your reptile brain. And I think that all these games do that. Minx is just obsessed with getting as many Biscoffs in as possible in the shortest stream I've ever done. Achievement unlocked. As many Biscoffs acquired in a stream half the length of a normal one. Oh yeah. What was that other one I wanted to play? There's a game on Steam that I saw a thumbnail for on YouTube that someone was let's playing. $13. Yeah, yeah. Welcome to my world. I can't just buy games. I'm too poor. Life is too hard, man. This is why we're all depressed. What was it called? Crime scene clean? Is this it? Oh, I think this is it. This is one of those simulator type deals. Crime scene cleaner. It's basically like Power Simulator or Viscera Cleanup Detail, except you're a guy who gets hired to basically clean crime scenes. So you go into realistic houses and environments like this with like bucket, sponge, mop, other kind of tools to be able to fix things to make it look like nothing ever happened here. You got to clean up the debris in plastic bags and carry them out to the bins. You got to put the furniture back in their right spots. You got to scrub all the blood away, leave no trace. I think you get a black light as well to make sure you don't miss a spot. Too much blood for one body. I think when I looked it up, when I saw people playing it, I think the first crime scene you clean up is a guy that discovers that his wife is cheating on him. And he follows the other guy home and he kills both the guy and his whole family. And so that's the crime scene you're cleaning up. It's a dude, his wife, and both their kids. That's probably why there's so much blood in this kitchen. And when I say kids, I don't mean actual kids. I saw a picture of the son's bedroom and it had like a full streamer set up with a green screen and some like older paraphernalia. So I think by kids, they mean like late teens, early adults. So it's not too offensive. But yeah, I was looking up examples of that first demo mission, and like you have to find the janitor's body, zip it up in a body bag, put it in your truck. You get the code for the maintenance shed off the janitor's body. You can put the code to open the maintenance shed and empty the pool, so you can then clean the blood out of the pool where the body was found, and then refill it. Like it's got like stuff going on. You know what I mean? Almost almost puzzle solving type stuff, like that whole get the code of the janitor to get into the pool shed before you can clean the pool because you have to empty it first. Little things like that are like I think nice twists. Oh, and like I think another thing I saw them doing, they had to delete the evidence linking the guy to the crime, which meant he had to get a password to I think the wife's laptop in the study, and then on the laptop you had to delete all the emails and the messages on her phone. You have to delete the text message on her phone to the dude. You forgot to loot Epic Store? Oh. I think I did. I'll double check anyway, just in case. I love it how we're calling it loot. Downloading our free games is now looting. Like we're still using the terminology that we're pirates, like we're actually cool, but we're just accepting like free handouts, like a bunch of peasants.
Preparing the Epic Games launcher. Taking its sweet damn time.
Wow, this has never taken this long. What the fuck? Excuse me? Why is there no pirate emote? Doesn't Twitch have... Has Twitch got literally no pirate-themed emotes? That's surprising. Maybe they don't want to encourage talking or joking about piracy. Because that also puts them in a bad light.
Free games. View more. Free games. Free now.
Evil Within 2? I think I already got this. Oh. It was number 1 that I had. Get. Maybe I shouldn't have clicked that button. I think I just gave them permission to send me spam. What was the other one? Tandem, Tale of Shadows. Little girl and her teddy bear. Thanks for the heads up, Tanner. Freebies. What if they just went psych and then they charge you anyway? You thought it was free. You got guts, son. Give me the money. Been watching a friend play it. It's awesome. Alan Wake 2. I watched a video review of it that was doing its damnedest to try and not spoil anything. So I'm going to try and not see any more content of Alan Wake 2 aside from the video review I've already seen. Because everyone's loving it. Apparently it's a great game. So I got to stave off the curiosity so I don't spoil it for myself. Alan Wake 1 was great. I am totally down for Alan Wake 2. Someday, when I can have it. You replayed it not too long ago? I'd be too scared to replay it. I feel like Alan Wake 1 is so old now that even though it probably does hold up, I don't want to risk it not holding up as much as my nostalgia. The only spoiler I know is there's a guy named Alan and apparently he's awake. Negative. That is incorrect. Alan Wake is far from awake. He is the Sleepiest guy in existence. He's constantly stuck in a dreamlike netherrealm that he cannot escape from. Absolute nightmare bullshit. You know what would have been so funny? Because of because of his name, if they had like, oh my god, wait. I bet someone's done it. Okay, check this out. You know how in Alan Wake 2 you spend half the game playing as the Black Lady cop? I guarantee you somewhere on the internet is like some right-wing dude, like probably with a YouTube channel, who probably wrote a bad review for the game with the headline uh Alan Woke, and then gave it like 2 out of 10. Yeah, 10 are just guess right as I said it. You know, you know it for a fact. There is somebody out there that's done it. I'm gonna wait. Let me Google it and see if anything comes up, because cringe if it does. Alan Wake 2 review, boring walking simulator. Okay, well, at least that's someone that hates it. From Worth a Buy. There's a YouTube channel called Worth a Buy. They do not like. Hang on. Search only for Alan Wake. There's one. Someone has a YouTube video that literally says Alan Woke exclamation mark. And there's another person with a headline, is Alan Wake 2 woke? That's not as fun. Oh, wait, here we go. Reddit. There's a Reddit article called More Like Alan Woke. Yuck. Wait, I'll come back up to that in a sec. Hang on a sec. I want to see this Reddit. This is probably going to be the funniest one. Reddit is always the best place to go for cringe. Oh, it's someone screenshotting a comment from YouTube. In a trailer for Alan Wake, most of the gameplay is just some random quote, strong and independent. Good luck. You seem to know what your target audience was waiting for very well. Go woke, go broke. Exactly. Someone's replying to him. Exactly. Might as well include a coupon for a free bottle of Soylent to guzzle while you play as a queen, spelled Queen. Good lord. Posers faking being fans. Last game Remedy made had a woman as a protagonist. I think the last 2 games, right? Oh, wait. Before Control was probably Quantum Break, so no. So they've only made 1 game with a female protagonist, from what I can tell. All 3 Max Paynes is male. Alan Wake is male. Quantum Break is male. Okay. Where'd that vid? I don't know if I want to click on the vid though, because that means we give them views. Alan Woke 2, Inclusion and Diversity Boogaloo. By Heels vs. Babyface. Oh, I know this channel. I think Heels vs. Babyface might be on my shit list. I have a YouTube shit list that I keep. It's like a blacklist of the names of certain channels that are just full of shit and always have the worst takes. For example, The Quartering is pretty much the top of my list as a stupid asshole. Here's another one. Geeks plus Gamers. Alan Wake 2 or Alan Woke 2. He did it. Geeks plus Gamers is pretty much second on my list as one of the worst YouTube channels I've ever seen. He's fucking channel. He's got an actual website too. Yeah, people on his forums talking about it. He probably has a video up about it somewhere as well. Is Heels vs. Babyface the one I'm thinking of? Let me just check.
Alan Wake 2 is by far one of the most beautiful video games I think I've ever seen in my life. You can tell the care, attention, love, and detail that's been poured into making this look as good as it legitimately does. So it's really annoying that
Oh, it's this cunt. God damn it. It's the Starfield guy. It's the one that had a big hissy fit and screaming fit on the internet and became viral for crying about there being pronoun choices in Starfield. The guy that complained that a character creator gave you options to create your character. That dickhead.
The characterization,
So that's his name.
dialogue, and story elements are so poorly written. But I think I have.
You know what? You can probably just be quiet forever. Let me just copy paste your name into my shit list real quick, so I don't forget that name again. Where did I keep my shit list? Keeping track. YouTube blacklist. I'm gonna push you up the list a bit high. Because... Oh, there you are. Cool. Nice and high on that list, along with Quartering, Geeks Plus Gamers, and Nerdrotic. That's another one. Nerdrotic is pretty trash. Also, Critical Drinker has gotten shittier and shittier as time goes on. One thing, oh look, reviews for Robocop Rogue City are out. Apparently, it's good. Apparently the new Robocop game, against all odds, is actually decent. The gameplay that I saw does look satisfying. The violence actually looks pretty fun. You pick up and throw dudes across the room. The gunfire actually blows off arms and legs. Have you been watching people play Robocop? Sweet. I haven't seen too much footage. I've seen one video review, and I've seen a couple of short gameplay demonstrations of the demo, of some YouTubers playing the demo. And I was pretty surprised at like how wild the action looks. It's the same guy that played Alan Wake 2, played Robocop. He's just dishing up all the good stuff, all the good new stuff. Damn people with money. My PC is too old already after the new Robocop. It's on console though, right? You can probably next-gen console it, and it'll be just the same. If you don't mind playing first-person shooters with a controller. He's like you, as hundreds of games. Yeah, the thing is, like, my lifestyle changed dramatically. Like, I always used to buy every single game that came out on day one, full price, and I would get every single collector's edition that was available, even the most expensive ones, because I just had money. It's but you know, you go through life phases. You know, you move towns, you shift jobs, you end up in entirely different situations where the way you lived or conducted yourself before just isn't relevant anymore. Tenor can't do nothing in Russia. We gotta save Tenor. Minx, if we save up and pool our money, can we rescue Tenor from Russia? And by rescue, I mean show up in a van outside his house and black bag him. We're going to violently extricate you from the country, Tenor, whether you like it or not. Where are we dropping him off, though? Well, not in Australia or the UK, because neither of us probably have room or have the money to feed him. Let's drop him off in America. Americans love Russians. Well, the conservative right-wing side love Russians, apparently, since they were all against Ukraine. You know, them Fox News crowd trying their hardest to suck that Putin dick. Drop me in Japan, at least. Tenor, after the number... Your most used emoji in my chat is the tentacle emoji grabbing the waifu, the little waifu girl. I'm not sure if we should be dropping you in Japan. Since I am... No, still. What I said still stands. I'm not trusting you near the Asian girls. Not with your not with that octopus you got. I know what you're up to. My emoji's been grabbed by that octopus more times than I can count. Why am I still here? Close that. We're gonna drop you in redneck America, in the right-wing heart of America, the Fox News watching crowd. I assumed you weren't joking around. You sounded like you were serious about the Asian thing. I wasn't denying it. I still don't think you're safe around the rest of the Asians there. Buddhism? What is a Buddhist doing making hentai technical jokes? Tenor. Drop him off with some monks? Oh. Tenor might be a Buddhist, but I think monks might be going too far. If we dropped him off with monks, he'd have no internet connection, no electricity. You'd never see him on Twitch again. Although everyone else would be safe. True. Good call. Why do I feel like while we are dropping him off with the monks, you're gonna, like, knock me to the ground, jump back on the helicopter, and leave me there with him? As another layer of keeping people safe. From both of us. From both me and Tenor. Betrayed! Now I am the secluded, isolated witch. Shitting in a sewer. Down a manhole. Who will return with an army of enlightened bulletproof monks. I added the bulletproof monks because, that movie sucks. I wanted to ruin your sentence. I really find it fun when people in the chat like both you and Tenor and Minx, the both of you, when you guys and some of the others that have the first badge, when it's nothing but you guys talking, and then my entire chat list, my entire chat screen is nothing but first badges, like a long row of purple first badges down my screen. Have you seen clips from that movie recently? I forgot that movie existed because that's very old now, but I saw like 2 weeks ago, I saw some clips from that movie by accident again, and I remembered it existed, and it really aged poorly. It wasn't good when it came out, and it looks stupider now. Because we're the best. No, seriously, like, if you saw it as long ago as I did, look up action clips from it now again, and just look at how shonky the wire work is. It's so cringe. Like, I remember it as cringe, but it's even funnier when you see it now, having, like, forgotten most of the movie. There are scenes when, like, Sean William Scott and other martial arts characters are literally just, like, spinning through the air. Like, 1,000 RPM. Like, someone called them up on a wire, and then just, like, unleashed it like a yo-yo. Better than Dragon Ball? It's about equivalent. The Dragon Ball movie also had trash wire work. In fact, it was one of those movies that relies too much on wire work in lieu of, like, actual martial arts choreography. Remember the scene where where Goku fights the two bullies in front of the car, and he does a head slide across the top of the car? There's a meme of that on YouTube where it recuts the fight, so he constantly goes back to do the head slide across the car, like back and forward between every other move, and he just keeps going on and on and on. It's really funny. And it makes that, like, greasy hair on metal car, like, squeaky noise every time he slides across it, and it was killing me. It was so good. I really should have linked that on the Discord. I totally forgot. I have a sharing YouTube clips section solely for that, and I just didn't do it. I might go try and find it when I log off. What's the worst adaptation? Dragon Ball movie or Avatar Last Airbender movie? Dragon Ball. Thing is, Avatar The Last Airbender is a bad movie in the sense that it's very poorly adapted from the source material, And then a couple of other nitpicks like cringy race swapping of actor choices and some poor acting. But there are little highlights to it. Like the visual effects are okay. There's some moments where they're a little shonk, like when the Earth benders are doing that little demonstration. Looks a bit stupid. But there are times when it looks okay. Like the general cinematography, visual effects, and like the color grade and stuff, it looks like a movie. Dragon Ball has that next level cheapness to it that takes it a step further. See, the one thing that they have in common is they're very poorly adapted from the source material. Like, that's the main thing. But the difference is Last Airbender gets the edge for at least somewhat looking like a real movie. Whereas the Dragon Ball one, it's almost cheap enough to seem like an expensive fan film. Like something you'd see on YouTube. Like, everything just has a cheap vibe to it. If it wasn't for the fact that one or two of the actors are recognizable, like Chai Yun-fat, for example, you would think a bunch of like weirdos on YouTube just made a thing. So I'm gonna give it to Dragon Ball easy. On the plus side, I myself never been a Dragon Ball fan. I was never invested in that franchise because I watched a couple episodes as a kid and I thought it was stupid. I didn't like it. It just didn't seem to have any substance. I didn't know what the word substance was when I was that age, but that was the issue essentially. So when I went to go see the live action Dragon Ball movie, it was just for fun. I'd heard it was really shit, and that made me more excited because I don't care about Dragon Ball. So a really bad Dragon Ball movie is probably more attractive to me than a really good one. You just played the fighting game. I can't commit to that show, that anime. Like that anime to me, the way it's written, the way the lore works, the way the world building works. Dragon Ball always felt to me like a 12-year-old boy making shit up on the spot as he went along. You know when you watch 12-year-old boys fight? Not fight, but like play fight. Like as if they were in a Dragon Ball anime. And they just kind of make shit up as they go to basically like cheat at the game. It's like, well, you can't beat me because I can super power up with the power of the moon. And then the other one's like, oh yeah? Well, I can too, but my power level's higher than your power level. Well, what is it? It's 2,000. Well, mine's 5,000. Oh yeah? Well, I'm going to scream louder than you, and mine's now 9,000. And now I can shoot a fireball that's unstoppable. Oh yeah? Well, I can counter that with an unstoppable fireball. It's an unstoppable fireball that stops other unstoppable fireballs. Now my power level is beyond numbers. It's even better than 9,000 because my hair turned blue instead of yellow. It's just nonsense. Like, every single time a new thing happens, it feels like some 12-year-old kid just made it up on the spot to try to make themselves seem cooler in front of like someone else that's flexing and screaming at them. It's like, what the fuck am I watching? This is just stupid. And then when they do fight, it's not tactical or interesting, and there's no layered storytelling to the fighting. It's like, it's either them floating there and saying things and they're intimidating to each other. It's either them floating there building up some kind of power, like a Hadouken. That takes 3 episodes or whatever. That's the joke anyway. Or it's actual combat, you know, punching, kicking, throwing each other through mountains or whatever. But the combat, the way it's choreographed and animated, is like people zipping around with super speed and then colliding and them doing that repeating super fast punching animation that's basically like 3 frames repeating. Like the cheapest shit. See, that's a good example, Tenor, of what I'm talking about. Shows like One Piece and even more so Naruto are very good at developing fights that have storytelling, Like there's a beginning and middle and an end to those fights. There's an arc. Things are happening. There's a level of not just creativity, but kind of an intelligence behind what the characters are trying to do and how they're trying to do it, and how they're trying to out chess game each other. Like some of the best fights in that show are fights when you think a certain character's losing or it's going a certain way, and then you discover that they had predicted the other character was going to use their ninjutsu like this, so they were allowing certain things to happen while they were setting up other ninjutsus secretly to then envelop them. You know what I mean? Like characters are trying to do that. The whole point of ninjas is that you're supposed to try to like be 10 steps ahead of your opponent, figure out what they're going to do, what their power, how their powers work, how they might use them, and then use that to your advantage to in the way you're going to use your powers. Yeah, like Shikamaru or Neji. Characters like that are good examples of characters that will preeminate certain things where even when you think they're down, they pull something out where it's like, oh, you knew he was going to do that, so you did this, and then you thought he was winning now, but now you've set him up for this. And you're like, fuck, that was really clever. And that makes perfect sense because how I know your powers work. I should have been able to think of that myself, but I didn't, and now my mind's blown. Like, that's some good shit. Like, I've always been impressed with Naruto's ability to escalate fights like that and actually make them clever and fill them with storytelling and stakes and scope. And One Piece is very similar. One Piece is sometimes a little bit more obsessed with scale and spectacle. So I think Naruto's stuff is a bit cleverer, but the same kind of stuff does apply to One Piece. It's just some of the bigger fights in that end up becoming more about like scale and like crazy shit happening. That's one of the things that's impressive about One Piece specifically. One Piece is probably the most impressive anime when it comes to power leveling, scaling up. That show is uncannily ingenious with how everything always seems to get bigger and worse and more insane. There's never a point where it peters out or goes down and then back up again. The next arc always leads to something that makes you look back and go, I can't believe I thought that last thing was like crazy. Because this thing right now, this is crazy. Like by the time you get to that Sky Island where he's fighting that lightning god, you look back at like the Arlong Park arc or the Alabasta arc and you're like, I used to think that shit was nuts. I was like, you couldn't get any bigger than this. And now look where we are. Like it just keeps getting more intense. I think it might be the most successful anime, well, mainstream anime, because I don't know every anime, unfortunately, but it might be one of the most successful animes with how it's managed to like scale its, its scale. Like I don't know any other way to say it. How its scale escalates, I guess, is one way to say it. Oh, are you in the Thriller Bark arc? Is that the one where they pick up the skeleton with the afro? I forget his name. I think I only got a bit further than where you are now. Brooke, yeah, that's the dude. I watched a lot of One Piece, but there was a certain point where I fell off the show. It might have been because I was at uni and it finally got busy. And then while me and my friend were busy, he stopped giving me One Piece episodes because he always had them burnt onto discs. Because we were both just too busy to watch anime. And then years later, it occurred to me that I never actually went back. And I still haven't to this day. You stopped at some point because of work? That seems to be how it happens. The same thing happened with Naruto. I've watched the entirety of Naruto. I've watched many, many seasons of Shippuden. The next, when they come back older after the time skip. The Hurricane Chronicles. What do they call it in English? But in the middle of Shippuden, something else happened in my life that made me have to step away and not do anime for a while. Focus on living or study or something. And just never made it back. Time keeps moving forward, Tenor. Things that we love in the past end up getting left behind. We always think we're going to get back there, and then it just stays in the past like a relic. It's nostalgia from teen or young adult years. I've barely watched any legitimate anime in a long time, which makes me pretty sad. Back before uni and during the first half of my uni, like I used to watch a fair bit of it, whatever I could. Those are the years when I was checking out things like Gantz and catching up on stuff like Cowboy Bebop and Evangelion, or like any of the big older anime shows that everyone has to have watched. I watched all of Full Metal Alchemist, not Brotherhood, but like the original show before they Brotherhooded it and started it again. Fate Zero, I've heard you and Sham both talk about that. I think I've heard Jeannie mention that as well at some point. That seems to be a pretty loved show. The last anime that I planned to watch that I never got around to, like, I can't remember what the last anime that I watched was. It might have been, I think I know what it was. Because you're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh at what the last anime I watched was. It was Panty and Stocking. Last anime I watched was Panty, Stocking, and Garter Belt. The most fan service show ever. It's the best from the Fate verse. I've heard about it so much. I'll have to remember that if I get back to just randomly watching shows. Aside from Panty and Stocking being the last actual show I watched, the last show I planned to watch, the one I was going to watch after that, and then I never ended up watching anime again for like a huge chunk of my life, it was Monster. You ever heard of Monster? It's this serial killer thriller show, anime. Not set, I don't think it's modern times, just a bit before modern time. Oh, you do know about it? About the doctor and the serial killer dude? I'm just clarifying because the word monster is so generic. There might be more than one anime called Monster. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. The reason is because someone mentioned it to me. And I randomly looked it up that night. I read about it on some wiki or whatever, like read the full synopsis, and I loved the concept. I thought the show's whole synopsis sounded amazing to me. I was like, what an idea for a story. This sounds incredible, and I couldn't wait to get around to watching it. So that was going to be the next anime I watched before I never watched an anime again for many, many years. Still to this day. If I go back to fitting in more time to watch animes again, I should make that the first one I watch, just because it was going to be the next one I was going to watch back when I still watched anime. Just as a comeback. That would be cute. Shit, I was going to get it off somebody at the time. Maybe I can still find it. Oh, maybe it's on Crunchyroll. I'll look it up. I'm just curious as to how you'd watch it now. There is anime airing right now from the creator of Monster. Oh, like literally they've got a show out right at this moment. Pluto. I might go read about it. Because the concept behind Monster was so interesting that I'd be curious to see what other ideas they come up with for stories. I trust them to bring the goods. Oh, you know what else? I've got a box set for an anime called Speedgrapher that I thought seemed cool, but I never ended up watching. But that's still on my my shelf. Ever heard of Speedgrapher? When I was looking at the box set, I was getting very similar to vibes to something like Death Proof. Death Proof? No, Death Note. Sorry, wrong word. It's a kind of horror action thriller type show where the main character, I think, yeah, that's the wrong word. I think the main character discovers that he's I think he's a journalist, and he discovers that his Polaroid camera it kills people when he takes photos of them. Let me just clarify that I've got that correct. Oh, here, yeah, it came up straight away. That's what it looks like. Oh, I could barely see that. Hey. I have the full DVD box set of this show, and I've never watched it. Let me get the synopsis just so I know I've got the plot right. Follows the exploits of a former war photographer, Tatsumi Saiga, who investigates a secret fetish club for the ultra-wealthy called the Roppongi Club. He tries to photograph the club's goddess, a 15-year-old exploited girl named Kagura. So it is a pretty dark show. I think that might be the reason I got vibes of Death Note and Gantz, which is the kind of stuff that I was really digging at the time. He's discovered and about to be killed, but Kagura kisses him, granting the ability to destroy anything he photographs. Saiga discovers that Kagura's bodily fluids, like her saliva, in combination with a certain virus, can give people bizarre abilities relating to their secret desires, fetishes, and obsessions. Cool. So she basically spits in his mouth to put her virus saliva in him, and it gives him, because his obsession or desire is photography, it gives him the ability to kill by taking photos of people. Members of the fetish club strive for the honor of becoming gifted via her saliva. He soon becomes entangled in this underground society and the power and corrupt of the megacorporation that operates it. So most of the story is him trying to free her from the 15-year-old, from her enslavement in this cult that just wants to use her bodily fluids to give people superpowers based on their fetishes. Interesting. You know what's the most interesting thing about that concept? For him to use his camera murder abilities, you need to pit him against other superpowered villains that are part of the cult that have gained her powers, which means that he's going to be fighting people that have superpowers based on their fetishes, and because they're part of a freaky underground cult that worships a 15-year-old, sexualizes a 15-year-old, you know they're going to have some freaky fetishes, and I don't know how that's going to relate to powers. You found another excuse to use that emoji. No, but for real, someone in that cult, because they're all fetishes, someone probably has the hentai tentacle submission fetish, and I bet that actually conjures as a power to use against the hero. That's definitely going to happen. Now I want to watch this show. Aimed at a mature audience to stimulate the audience at an intellectual level. That's what they said. The story was influenced by Japanese economic scenarios where there were several cases of suicide. Okay. I don't know how that relates to the plot we just read. I wonder if anyone's tried to adapt this. They haven't. I reckon from the sounds of how interesting that plot is, I reckon this could be like a Netflix live action show. They should check this one out. I guess we don't know what the reception was really like. This one review said it was trying way too hard to push the envelope. So there's been some negative reviews that they think the show was trying to be too edgy, basically. But that it has good visuals. Okay, fair enough. There are tons of niche but interesting anime that people have not even heard about. Like this. Tenna, you know much more about anime than I do, but I was able to tell you about one you've never heard of. That pretty much proves what you just said. You want another niche one that I have watched? Have you heard of Magical Shopping Arcade Abinabashi? Have you seen this show? I have the box set for this from a little while back when I was younger. I love this show. This show is cool and completely insane. I don't know if this would ring a bell. I don't know how old this is. Hang on, let me check. 2002. Basically, these two kids fall through some magic portals into a magical shopping arcade, which then divulges off into more portals into other realms that are nothing like Earth, but get weirder and weirder and more crazy. Including one that's like a video game realm that's like pixelated and stuff. It's kind of insane. It's a bit like Portal crossed with like Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. With these two kids just going fucking ham across the multiverse. There's one realm that's basically like the magical what do they call that genre? That Sailor Moon genre? Magical Girl anime? Doctor Strange only had 3 worlds. Well, I'm not talking about the movie specifically, but the concept. Maha Shouju. Oh, I was trying to think of the English name for it. I think I just call it Magical Girl anime. Anyway, they go to a realm of that as well. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I remember one where the main character tried to do martial arts against a Godzilla mecha or something, I don't know. He kept on mimicking Bruce Lee. That's a wild show. I watched that around the time that I saw Mayoramatic and... See these ones down here? People also search for? Yeah. Mayoramatic, FLCL, Chobits, Azumanga Daioh. I own all these shows in box sets. I watched all of these around the exact same time in my life. They're all from a particular period that I remember fondly. Digicarrot. First rule of Magical Girl anime. Use up as much screen time as possible on the transformation and then reuse it every episode to save money. Here's another one that's a bit nuts. Completely wholesome though. A fully G-rated show. A magical cat girl princess goes on adventures. Digicarrot. And there's a little devil girl that's like chasing her. Magic girl should suffer and or die. Is that what people think of the magical girl genre now after that one show that dissected it? What was that show called? It was like a dissection of the whole genre. It's very famous. Was it Madoka? Oh yeah, right. Yeah, it is this one. That's how I remember what the show is. As soon as I see this pink girl, I'm like, yep, that's the one. That's that infamous show. Oh, another show I watched around that time. Same era. The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. The one where the girl's actually God, but she can't know that she's God. So everyone at the school just plays along. Like it's like a normal high school comedy drama. But she's the only one that doesn't know that she's God and actually controls reality. Oh, you know it. Do you know how Sailor Moon ends? I don't think I do. don't think I've ever seen it or even talked about it with anyone. Do you know what my favorite anime of all time was for the longest time? I don't know if I would still say that because I don't remember some of the animes I've seen well enough. It's starting to be a long time between some of them. It was XL Saga. I was like, when I was in my late teens, I was weirdly obsessed with XL Saga. I ended up with the box, like I watched it all pirated by some guy I knew. I watched some of them at his house and he gave me discs of all of it. And then when it came out in English on box set, I bought the entire box set for it so I can own it. And then when the spin-off movie came out, Puni Puni Poemi, which is like a fully R-rated 90-minute fever dream, I bought that as well, just for some more of that same kind of comedic tone. I don't know if you've ever heard of XL Saga. It's old enough to be kind of a classic, like up there with Neon Genesis, but I don't ever hear anyone talking about it, so I don't know. I don't know if anyone's liked it as much as me. You heard about it? I was just in love with it when I was younger. It was a certain kind of insane that I'd never seen before in a show. Like, I was still fresh to anime. I'd only seen a couple of animes up to that point. And then XL Saga was like, okay, there's live action Western shows, there's anime, and now there's XL Saga, which is its own entire beast. It is batshit bonkers. It's the fucking craziest show. It almost like plays out like it's being an anime, but at the same time it's a bit of a parody of an anime. It's like almost like Madoka. It's almost like a fully slapstick, scary movie style comedy tribute, satire, Looney Tunes clusterfuck. It's so hard to describe that show, but I love it. And then I became in love with Fully Cooley as well, FLCL. I think that was the first show I loved as much as XL Saga ever since I saw XL Saga. I was a bit older, and then FLCL came along and I was like, yes, I like this. This is interesting. This is mad creative. And the way it uses music and stuff. You're so tired from the remakes. I never saw any remakes. By the time they did anything else with it outside of the first main show, like, I already wasn't watching animes anymore. So I missed all that. I just saw the main, like the actual base show at the very beginning when that first came out, and I was like, this is sick. I love everything about the style and tone of this. It just gets me. And then never saw any more of it after that. But from the sounds of what you're saying, maybe it's for the best. Big stretch like cat. Meow. I'm going to go read up about some things. I'm going to go read up about Sailor Moon and that show Pluto that you mentioned. But I'll head off for now. I'll make some tea and do some research. Don't know if I'll be able to watch anything anytime soon, but I do someday want to get back to stuff like this. It's been so long. People have told me to watch Stone. Is that what it's called? Dr. Stone. I've heard good things about that. People keep talking about that Demon Slayer show that keeps, like, movies keep coming out in the cinema here in Australia. Was it Dr. Stone? Yeah. I know people who are into that, who have mentioned it to me. Yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but we actually have cinemas in Australia that have aired the, was it the Demon Train one? Am I thinking of the right thing? It's overrated. Yeah, there was a movie not like recently that involved some kind of train, and it actually showed in cinemas here in Australia. Not like in a fully mainstream way, but we have cinemas dotted all around Sydney that like will play sometimes like more indie stuff on the side. Like there'll be the main stuff, and then down the bottom of the list there'll be some indie stuff like a Bollywood movie, some anime film, something from Sundance. And like I do remember them advertising that Demon Slayer film. So I was like, this show must be doing pretty well for them to justify putting an anime movie in the theater, which doesn't happen too often here. It's pretty rare. Outside of film festivals, though. I've been to film festivals in Canberra where they've just like shown shitloads of anime. But that's for like niche moviegoers. Is it possible to do Twitch watch-alongs? It is, but with caveats, big asterisks. The main way to do it is to use the built-in Twitch watch-along tool feature, which pretty much gives you access to the entire or most of Amazon's library. So as long as you have a Amazon Prime account, you're allowed to Twitch watch along with anything on Amazon Prime, because Amazon owns Twitch, so it's kind of like a connected thing, because that still services them. You can't just watch anything on Twitch. Like, I can't just pick a Blu-ray off my shelf for an anime randomly, because you can get done for copyright. If the only way to do a Twitch watch along that is not something that is owned or published by Amazon, that's not part of their service and part of the system, where like I can just do it without needing that extension at all, is if it's something that is being allowed for free anyway. So if it's like an older film that is just up on YouTube to just watch, I think that's okay. Because if it's not copyrighted enough, if it's not copyrighted anymore to the point where they can just put it on YouTube for free, then there's no copyright stopping it from watching it on Twitch, because anyone can watch it for no money anytime they want. So there's like no issue with watching it with people on a Twitch stream, for example. So that's the only other thing. And there are plenty of like older movies or movies that have like fallen out of copyright or whatever the reason is on YouTube that you could do that with if you wanted to. But you're pretty much stuck with like older or shittier things. It's either going to be old or shitty. One of the two. If not both. Like, we can watch some like really fun 70s or 80s like American action movies. I've seen like movies like Ninja Warrior 3, where some like, it's like from the early 80s, where some like white guy that does black belt karate is like fighting ninjas and shit in LA. So we can watch Dragon Ball. Is Dragon Ball free on YouTube? Surely not. Wait. No, you have to buy it. It is on YouTube. You can rent it through YouTube. There's a buy button next to it. But it's here. If they take that license off and let us watch for free, then hell yeah. What was that movie that... Hang on, let me check. Commando Ninja. I have an old 80s movie called Commando Ninja that was made in America that looks really cringe. I have that watch listed because you can watch it for free on YouTube. I was going to watch that while just eating dinner one night or something, just for fun. And like, I could legitimately watch that on stream. There's nothing stopping me. Ninja from Beverly Hills. Yeah, pretty much. Back in the 80s, there was this obsession with like ripping off like Asian martial arts or Asian like cool Asian ninja movies and stuff, but with like muscly white dudes with like brown belts in karate doing like Jean-Claude Van Damme split kicks because Power Rangers. Like, they were all so cringe. They were just basically vehicles for like up and coming like white American martial arts stars, but they were all cheesy as hell and super cringe. But they're so cringe that they tend to be really fun to watch, both in the ways that they have like no story and the worst acting, but also in the ways that they try to mimic the cool shit about Asian martial arts films or Asian ninja films, but the way they try to mimic it is like the laziest or the cringiest shit or the cheesiest shit. Some embrace it and become a meme. some of it become viral because the filmmaker was a weirdo who was actually trying really hard to make a legit film, but they made such a bad film by accident because it's such a psychopath basically that it became like a viral success. Like what's that samurai one? Samurai Cop with the guy with the long black hair. Samurai Cop is famous because that dude's like an Italian director who had no idea what he was doing, but was like completely passionate about it and thought it was going to make gold. And it's the weirdest fucking movie. Like, he doesn't even have a general understanding of like Americans and how they behave or talk to each other. So the movie is like super weird. I've watched the whole thing, in case you're wondering. It's kind of like Tommy Wiseau, who made The Room. Same deal. Like, he was trying to make a serious good movie, but because Tommy himself is such a weird dude who doesn't seem to know how human beings work, because he doesn't act like one himself. He's like a robot from Mars. He's so surreal. Like, when you watch him talking in real life and interacting with other human beings, it's like, what are you? He's like a creature. So when he tried to make an actual human drama, it's like the least human thing you've ever seen. It's the most surreal film. So bad it's good. It's difficult though. The so bad it's good thing is very difficult to nail because you can't just make a bad movie. There's different kinds of bad movie. Like, to do what the Italian guy who made Samurai Cop did, or what Tommy Wiseau did, that's a special that's a special brand. That's a special flavor. That's a person doing everything they can to make a good movie and thinking they're making a good movie, but they themselves are insane. And they don't know how people speak. They don't know how human beings emote or how stories work. Everything is wrong, but in such a surreal way that can't be faked. Because it was made by a crazy person. That is the key to a good, bad movie. You need a Tommy Wiseau, and you need a, what's the guy who made Samurai Cop? Amir Shervan. Born Amir Hossan Ghaffari. Not Italian, Iranian. He was an Iranian film director who had no idea what he was doing in America. Let me make American movie. Give me star. We make action. I put titties. I might hang on to that Commando Ninja movie that I was going to watch. I might hang on to that. Maybe I will try to watch that on stream someday. I've never considered that. Well, I've kind of considered that as a possibility, because that's something you're allowed to do if you do a watch party, but I've never seriously considered it, but I actually think that might be really cool. Hopefully Commando Ninja is actually a funny, entertaining watch along, because I have never seen it, so I've got no idea. I'll think about it. Maybe someday for a special occasion. Also, I should look at what Amazon Prime actually has in their library that people are allowed to do like proper watch along things with. Some people who do watch alongs regularly on Twitch, they do the thing where they just time code it, right? Where the movie is never actually on screen. You're just watching it with the audience. So everyone just sees you, but there's like a time code for when you press play. So people can watch along on their end, and there's no actual content being shared like through the service. I think that's the only way to do it when it's a license issue. But you'd probably have to plan it out so you know that there'll be some people there to hang out and watch it with you, though. You couldn't just randomly do it one day. YouTube people cover everything and leave subtitles. Yeah, that's more of a React video thing. Like, they'll watch it offline, record themselves and the movie, and then they basically just jump through hoops in editing to try and edit in a way that doesn't get it flagged. And everyone does it differently. Some more successful than others. Sometimes just cutting in and out of the picture and the audio at regular intervals helps. Sometimes covering it with stuff, but also having to still cut out the audio occasionally. It's a bit of a magic trick. I mean, I've wrestled with all kinds of copyright issues with my archiving stuff, and I've tried so many different things, and sometimes things work and sometimes they don't. It's a case by case basis. No, they will still catch by audio, but that's what I mean. Like, sometimes you'll see them watch a bit, and then the audio and the video will cut out while they commented it. They talk to each other for a few seconds where you don't need the film on screen, and then it pops back up. It only can catch video and audio if the video and audio lasts for enough seconds for it to realize it can read the patterns and then connect it to something that it can match with. So if you chop it up enough, you can usually get away with stuff. If it was just video, it would be easier, because if you fuck with the video, you can usually loophole your way around the algorithm, but it keeps getting better. And old ways of, like in the past, people used to flip the video. They used to just mirror it, and that was enough. But now the algorithm is improved, and it can see that. If you just flip it, it still knows it's the same movie. Like, it has the ability to see the same pixels in the same order that it uses to catch and match it up in reverse. So it's much smarter now. And sometimes just cutting off portion of the screen doesn't even work. Like, a portion's enough to go, oh, that's actually a portion of this. I can tell what movie this is because I can read this one part. Once it's been going for like 10, 15 seconds, it's like these pixels on this side of the screen are now a perfect representation of this film for just this chunk of the frame. And you're caught. It keeps adapting like AI. It's crazy. Audio has even gotten harder. Like, in the past, people used to pitch shift it. If you just change the pitch of the audio so everything's slightly higher in the register, like higher pitch, that used to fool it. Doesn't work anymore. A Solid Snake just showed up in the chat. That's a backfire for Genie, though, because now I just hear Genie's voice as David Hayter's voice, which is not what Genie wants. What was I saying? Yeah. So just like with the picture, you used to be able to do basic stuff like pitch shift it, and now it can tell. The algorithm can actually look at your pitch shifted audio, and it can tell that is the same audio from the movie with just the peaks raised. It can actually like detect. I don't know if it's like running tests where it's actually matching it back down. Metal Gear. So there was a video out recently where they were showing off that new Metal Gear 3 Snake Eater remake. They were showing off like its Unreal Engine visuals. I saw some YouTubers reacting to it, and I was like, oh, there must be a new demonstration vid out. You've probably already watched it by now. Looks good. I saw pictures, but I didn't actually watch the video. I just watched... I saw some people had watched it in YouTube reacts, and then I looked at some pics. The mud looked really good. I saw some mud on Snake that looked drippy. I still don't know if I want to play it, though. Because, I mean, I've done my time playing Snake Eater back in the day. I don't know if I need to play a prettier Snake Eater. Like, I need to play Phantom Pain is what I need to do. I'm behind on my Solid Snaking, on my Foxhounding. Is it the 5th? Yeah. because I've played Metal Gear 4, the one with the enormous cutscene in the middle of the game that's like 40 something minutes long. The one where Ocelot is revealed and he's doing the conducting the explosions on the canal, that river. Some people complain about the animations, but it's pre-alpha. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be more inclined to try and catch up on the actual Metal Gear games that I haven't played, of the newer ones, rather than like jump back to 3 and just play that again. Why don't I remember more about 4? Oh, I remember 3 things. I remember that massive cutscene in the middle of the game of Ocelot / Liquid doing the explosion conducting thing with his hands. I remember the boss fight in the mountain cabin where the invisible boss was like playing serial killer with you. Like you'd be searching the cabin for where the dude's hiding, and he keeps on like chameleoning to parts of the environment in clever ways. Oh, was that a she? I don't remember any of the actual bosses. I don't remember what the boss was called. I don't remember what gender it was, or what their name was, or what they even looked like. I just remember there was somebody invisible in a cabin playing cat and mouse with you, and it felt like a horror scene, which really stood out. Beauty and the Beast unit, they're all women. Oh yeah, that's right. I totally forgot about that entire element. All I remember was that one boss environment because of how much the tone changed. So anyway, that middle of the game river thing, that one boss concept, and the finale where you're kind of like 1v1ing Liquid, and it has so many like different phases to it, and at one point it's a side-on fighting game with your health bars at the top. And I think the health bars and the HUD, the whole UI, kept on changing style to reflect the different eras of Metal Gear, like 1 through 3. And the music kept changing as well as it shifted. Something like that was going on. And then right at the end, you do that crawl down the corridor against the radiation, and you're supposedly dead. And then there was, I think, a long cutscene in a graveyard that went for longer than most Netflix episodes. Remade the MGS1 battle with Liquid. Yeah, that's probably what was going on. I just remember the HUD kept on changing era. Like the style kept on upgrading to like the slicker and slicker, like as it was going through the games through that fight. That was neat. I don't remember anything else. There might have been a scene where a guy pees himself. Maybe. Kojima seems to like that gag. Remember when Ocelot peed himself in the first game? And now everyone keeps pissing themselves in every single Metal Gear game. Including getting a wild wolf to piss on your cardboard box so that wolves will leave you alone. Johnny shits himself in every game he's in. Nice. Fucking Johnny. I used to love the wolf gag in the first MGS. The peeing on the cardboard box thing. That was a clever detail. MGS2, there's a guy peeing on the balcony. Hideo Kojima is like a pretty intelligent guy in some ways, but also a child. God damn it. I stuck around for long enough for Minx to realize and throw more mink Biscoff at me. Are you trying to empty all my jars, Minx? You trying to see if there's a bottom to these things? You can't defeat by Biscoff supply, you do realize that. It ain't happening. I can't join in the convo, so I'll just feed you instead. Go write your work emails. Snaps whip. I love the idea that like you can hear me in the background and you're trying to write an important work email, and then every so often, like your brain crosses wires and you accidentally write some stupid shit that I say. And then you have to catch yourself before you email it to someone important. You've done that a few times. Although I'd feel super bad if you didn't catch it and then emailed it off and you actually like got in trouble with your job. Just because I said poo-poo, poo-poo dick face or something stupid on stream. Minx, come into my office. What is this email where you said poo-poo dick face to me? Do you care about your job here at Sax and Sax? You're a lawyer, by the way. You work at a place called Sax and Sax. Also, apparently in real life, your name is Minx and your boss calls you Minx. This is the scenario I've envisioned. Everyone, this is who's getting the promotion this month. Minx277. She's been doing a very good job sending dick poo-poo face emails. None of the rest of you have had the balls to say dick poo-poo face to me. Minx, I like the cut of your jib. You're going places. Here's your new office. Here's your new nameplate. The front of your door has a metal nameplate that says Minx227 on it. I think it's time for tea in bed. How about that? I think we've mingled. Sorry to leave so quickly after you showed up, Jeannie. But we've just been dawdling. Just hanging a boot. As they say in Canada. I actually got really good sleep. Like, not good, but long sleep last night. But before it even got dark, like I woke up this afternoon and within like 2 hours I felt drowsy again. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I've developed a new allergy. I heard that if you've got allergies to wheat, then eating any foods with the wheat in it just kind of like drains your energy. The reason most people who are allergic to wheat don't realize they're allergic to wheat is because it doesn't do crazy allergy type stuff like break you out into hives and things like that. It just like, you're just always tired. I knew someone that was always like kind of tired and drowsy, exhausted a lot. And then one day he went to the doctors for something unrelated and they ended up talking about other stuff. And they discovered that he was allergic to wheat. And he couldn't eat pies, pizzas, pastas, any of that stuff anymore. But when he stopped eating all that stuff, he suddenly felt like he had a lot more energy. Like his day-to-day was, he felt fresher. A lot more capable, a lot more switched on, a lot more able to brain. Guess I'm allergic to wheat then. Or you could just be lazy. That's still an option. What have you sent? This is the third time I think we've heard this, Jeannie. Always tired, always sleep. I know, I've been feeling that a lot lately. I don't really know what the deal is. I think you really like this song, don't you? Red Hood Steve? Yeah. Let me pause for a sec. What was it? You sent a clip on stream that had like the actual footage of her in it, and it had this song on it. And you posted this in Discord, and I reacted to it as well. It's a good song though. Oh, Crusade. She's singing Crusade. Oh no, I actually thought she was saying, I live for my pussy, I die for my pussy. I thought she was just saying pussy weird. It's crusade. Okay, got it. I've had to make these, by the way. These lyric video type things, where it's all just graphics for the purpose of like having stuff moving and seeing the lyrics on screen. I've had to make this for like at least 2 bands in the past. It takes kind of long. There's a point past the halfway mark where you get kind of tired of it. A lot of little things constantly you gotta do. It's like minutia editing. Jazzy 1970s buddy cop feel. It's not the vibe I immediately got, but I kind of understand what they're saying. I'm not seeing any copyright flags on anybody else's uploads of this song. Maybe it doesn't have any. That's good. That's gonna make my life really easy later. Yeah. No matter who uploads the song, no song link is appearing in the description. That usually means that it's not in the system as a copyright flaggable track. Which is kind of surprising, considering it's attached to a song was made for the game. No, but still, there are fairly legitimate sounding songs that are just songs that were made for a movie or for a game. Like, they didn't exist first and then get purchased as a license for the content. Like, they literally come from a place like this. But they also still get, like, fully licensed and have their copyright set up like that. I'm just surprised that this one for Nikke doesn't, because it's, like, a pretty good song. They've got a pretty rad lyric video for it. And it's attached to a property that gets numbers. You'd think they would have fully licensed it properly and got it, like, copyright labeled. Made for the game? I mean, that's the same thing. I mean, it's made for the game. That's what we meant. I wasn't really suggesting anything else. I'm just saying that still applies sometimes. Not always, but like you can make for example, the music in Outer Wilds was composed by a musician for the game. He was hired by the game developer to compose the music for Outer Wilds specifically. It's an actual score. But if you're uploading any track from Outer Wilds on YouTube, it is copyright flagged and licensed. Composer works for Shift Up. Because this is Nikke is a pretty legit property owned by a big company. And big companies usually can't resist making sure this kind of stuff is taken care of. Because you know how much extra money they make from people uploading these songs in any form whatsoever, even if just 20 seconds of it? It's like a funnel for cash. That's why it's so hard to upload jack shit on YouTube, because everyone's copyrighting their shit. And people who make games like this, they generally also love money because you made a waifu game with gacha elements. Like, there's a company like this usually would, you know, be wanting to set up funnels as much as possible. That's sweet cash. I think Riot Games is the same. Riot Games makes a lot of their own music. Like, they put out music videos for, like, League of Legends and stuff like that. But those songs are all, like, mad copyright. You get busted instantly if you try to upload chunks of it. I mean, not busted. It gets flagged for copyright. You still get to put up your video. Nothing gets changed. But if you make any money off your video, well, you don't. They get all the money. I've never understood that system. YouTube needs to rethink that whole thing. This is sung by Amalie. Is that her? No, that's Rayon. Sorry, I just saw the first Asian girl linked to the search for this song and I thought it was her. My bad. Oh, she's very white. American singer and voice actress. Amanda Lee, otherwise known as Amelie. Oh, I see what she did there. Amelie. Like the French girl. English covers of anime and video game songs. Oh, we have heard her before. Sudden flashback. We've talked about this stuff and we No, we've talked about her and watched her on stream. I just caught up. This is a cool graphic for their video. I would like to try and do this actually. If I make any music or a cover of something, I want to try and make like a track graphic like this, just for the sake of the video upload, with a record turning or some kind of. I like the ones with the audio waves that bounce with the music. Those are cool. They usually put them inside like the record circle. She voiced actresses in both games as well. I also like the ones that have like a track, like a fancy track bar as part of the graphic somewhere, so you can actually see how close the song is to finish. Someone made a 1-hour version of this? You could listen to the song for 1 hour if you want. There's a video for it. Awesome. Another one. Behind the story of satellites. The song? It's that song again. Wait. Okay, I got the name of that song totally wrong then. Why was it called Overzone when we listened to it before? Overzone theme song satellite. Oh, never mind. Don't worry, I see what I did wrong. The song's name is Satellite, but it's a theme for Overzone.
And I'm the singer for the official Nikkei song Satellites. I'm mainly a voice actor and singer, best known for my English covers and music on YouTube, and I'm honored to sing an official song
This
for Nikke.
VTuber bounces
And
a
when they
lot.
sent me the demo for our song Satellites, I instantly connected with the song and fell in love with that soft, dreamy quality that the song has. A lot of the vocal work that I do and that fans might recognize me from is this gritty, belted rock style music. So it was really fun to pull back and record something soft and delicate. for
Is
a
there an
change.
actual avatar?
The song Satellites is a big contrast to the main plot of the game, which is a post-apocalyptic world. So I hope
Yeah,
this
it does
song
actually fit
expresses
at all, yeah.
that despite the difficult circumstances that all of the characters experience, that
It
there
fits
are
when the
still
girls are on
gentle
screen,
moments
just
between
being
friends and
elegant.
family for the players to uncover. If you did not know that I
Does she play her own games as her own characters?
Surprise, surprise. Being familiar with the game from having provided
did say that
voice
she pulled her own
acting for the
character.
English localization, I thought it was really cool, and it was like a perfect fit. It's not very often that I get to voice act and officially sing for the same project, so this was really cool. It's truly been wonderful working on this song.
Her avatar
with the team
has
behind Nikke,
got some very noticeable
and has
titty
been a
jiggle
blast
physics.
to experience the different complex emotions that build up the world of Nikke. I hope you all continue to support all of us, and I am wishing a very happy half-year anniversary to Nikke. Thank you so much for the love
She
and
just
support,
blushed.
and
I
I hope
saw
you
it.
enjoy the song.
How? What was I gonna say? Do you think it'd get confusing on stream if you were hearing the character she plays as talking a lot, and then her actually like VTuber talking a lot? I feel like they get mixed a lot. Like you'd have to be constantly paying attention to like, is it the streamer talking or is it the main character talking? Because it's both the same person. Her avatar probably blushes anytime she smiles. Oh, with the face tracking stuff? Yeah. That's weird. That could actually backfire on you. Can you imagine if something like really fucked up or creepy happened on screen and then your avatar like blushed? People would just be like, yo, what are you smiling at, girl? We just saw the worst part of Human Centipede 2. You like hiding behind your avatar, having a good time? Someone mentions like the latest news story from the Palestinian-Israel war and what the death toll is, and then your fucking avatar blushes. It's like, oh shit. Amelie, are you smiling at what we just heard? No. Teehee, senpai. I can't believe I've got this up on screen right now. Whoops, sorry. Y'all want to watch Young Rebels? Look at this guy's arm. Young Rebels. Sul contre le cartel de la drogue. The entire tagline was in a different language. Sorry, I had to read it funny. Hollywood cop. There aren't any cops in Hollywood. What are you talking about? 1987. Sounds amazing. I want to watch Hollywood Cop. Is that him? He's very blonde. What is it with the 80s and blondes? Both men and women. What was everyone into the Aryan thing? Is that the young guy from the Kung Fu series? I don't think so, but maybe? Oh, shit. Wait. Why does this ring a bell? We watched this already. We did this on a Sunday stream. I should probably take off as well. I thought for a second you were posting like the next one, like Peacemaker or Homelander. You watched a video that dropped 33 minutes ago? Wait, haven't they already revealed the Omni-Man? Oh, is it just another Omni-Man video? It's not the reveal. It's like, here's just more Omni-Man content. If you want to see more moves and fatalities and shit. New trailer for release. Oh, okay. Well, actually, let me add that to my other browser. Type it in. Man. Whoops. There it is. Yeah, 35 minutes ago. And the rest of my YouTube feed is full of news reports about some lady that poisoned everyone with mushrooms. In case you're wondering what was going on in Australia right now, the news is obsessed with this woman that accidentally like poisoned her whole family and a whole lot of friends at a dinner party by feeding them poisoned mushrooms. And she's currently on trial and stuff, and like it's eating up my YouTube page. I don't know why YouTube gives away whole sections to like breaking news stuff, regardless of whether you have any algorithm interest in that stuff in the first place. I don't like watch news channel clips, like almost never. Almost never. But they're like, oh, I bet you want like 10 videos about this poisoned mushroom lady. Enjoy. Weird. I'll go watch it myself. Oh, you haven't seen it yet? I thought you probably had just watched it recently as it came out and were sharing it here early. Yeah, I'll catch it Sunday. I'm actually just bookmarking it now on the other screen because I'm very drowsy. They feed you new stuff to expose you to different viewpoints. You say that, but sometimes I see like 3 or 4 thumbnails from Sky News in a row, and I'm like, hell no, bruh. Do you know what Sky News is? Sky News is a news channel here in Australia that's owned by Rupert Murdoch. So, for those playing at home that want the TLDR on that, it's basically our Fox News, the closest we've got to a Fox News. So, like, fuck them. If I want to hear about what, like, some conservative news anchor guy in a suit wants to say about wokeness, I'll click on a Sky News thumbnail. Or some anti-vaccine shit. Or whatever the current bullshit is. I don't know. On a slow news day, we might hear about the Snow White movie. Very slow news day. Did you hear what the actress from Snow White said about Snow White? It's very anti-men. Very anti-men. Isn't it sad that one of the richest people in the entire world that is behind like some of the biggest news channels and giving people their information is Rupert Murdoch? This absolute piece of shit. What a terrible dice roll that was. We are living in the worst timeline. Last night you watched someone play Night Trap? Dope. That's actually a weird coincidence because only a couple of days ago I watched while I was working on some of my actual work. On my second screen I was watching someone play Phantasmagoria. She found a video of the Congress hearing? Oh, the person you were watching was playing Night Trap and they pivoted to a Congress hearing clip. Joe Lieberman has tiny hands. What, them little T-Rex Trump hands? Yeah, I just thought that was an interesting coincidence that you were watching Night Trap and I was watching Phantasmagoria. Both FMV point-and-click games from the early 90s. Like, the quintessential ones as well. If you were to name 2 adult FMV 90s point-and-click games, the two that you would mention is Phantasmagoria and Night Trap. My hand covers most of my face. His hand was like half his face. Oh shit, what's my hand? That's kind of like the same size as my face. It's not bigger or smaller from the looks of it. At least in length. If not, width is a bit skinny. I'm a little bit lady hand, but not bad. My feet are smaller. Like we talked about when I got those lady sneakers. Night Trap and Mortal Kombat are why we have the ACRB here. Yeah. For sure. Australia didn't catch up with doing a proper ROFLC. Or is it... Wait, what was it called again? I think it's OFLC. We had one from around the same time. It's just ours didn't catch up to rating games correctly until much later. You never knew about Night Trap till the remake came out? I knew about Night Trap, but I was more familiar with Phantasmagoria because I kept seeing the PC box at the store. There was this one store I kept going in as a kid to like ooh and ah at all the games that I couldn't have. Because I had no money. And even if I did, we didn't have a PC that was good enough for them. But I remember staring at the Phantasmagoria box a lot and being mesmerized by what the adults got to do. I was like, apparently there's sex and titties in this, and violence. I knew about Night Trap because of, was it Sega Saturn? One of the consoles. That's the reason I knew about that. I knew an older dude in his late teens or like early 20s that had it. Gotta get going? Yeah, same. I had to take off. Sega CD, is that what it's for? So there was a couple of CD-based ones. I wasn't sure which one to quote. Alien vs. Predator was Jaguar. That one was known for AVP. I get some of those consoles mixed up sometimes. They're all known for very specific things. Like the Saturn was all about Nights into Dreams. Anyway, let me not distract you because I gotta go as well. Good to say hi. I'll catch up to the Omni-Man on Sunday. See you later, Minx. Thanks for sticking around through one of my weirder streams. I apologize. Oh, that's why you keep talking like David Hayter. You beat Metal Gear, so it's fresh in your mind. Thanks for making me a house. Thanks for forgetting the part where I kept referring to you as a witch. And sticking to the I made you a house part of the story. Let's remember that part fondly. Genie's like, I don't know what they're talking about. What game did I just miss? Whatever you missed, Genie, it was not nearly as exciting as I made it just sound. We were making our own fun. The game was too chill to be that interesting. There's a lot of imagination going on. Oh yeah, true. Obviously, you can see it in the... Yeah. Honestly, if you're going to play a game like that, you kind of do have to make your own fun and use your imagination a bit. Like children playing doctors in the backyard. Sorry for picking doctors. That was a bit sus. I should have said cops and robbers. Or cowboys and Indians. Why'd I go doctors? Yeah, I'm doing Headbangers tomorrow. I wanted to try this out for a short stream. I mean, it's not as short as I thought it would be now. Because we've just sat here talking for 2 hours. But, yeah, I was always planning to do Headbangers on Friday night. And I was going to do 2 days in a row off. But I ended up just doing this tonight anyway. I was telling Minx and them earlier that I'm going in very confident. Because I should be better at a rhythm game than I am at any other genre that I've played. Theoretically. So if I can't like pull some decent leaderboard shit like right off jump, then I have no reason to continue gaming. I've put way too much time into Guitar Hero to not transfer some of those skills to a headbanging pigeon. Just the weirdest thing I've said in a while. That's a sentence I just said. Oh shit. But yeah, I've already got that installed, so tomorrow afternoon, we'll see how I go. I probably won't stick with the game long enough to like achievement harvest it, because it's going to be one of those games where you've seen everything the game has to offer in probably a night's play, and then the rest is just like 100 hours of grinding for the sake of grinding. So that's probably not worth it, because, you know, it looks like a fun game, and why ruin it for yourself by putting yourself through that kind of shit? So, yeah, looking forward to it. Good night. I'll see some of you all then, maybe. Bye.